Blink and you'll miss it. This year's Speed Chess season kicks off with the annual Bullet Chess Championship. 16 of the world's fastest players are fighting it out for $100,000 in the most exciting time control in chess.
Oh my goodness!
For Hikaru Nakamura, his 5th Bullet Chess Championship title feels almost inevitable.
This guy's just a beast.
For Firouzja, he's trying to recreate his flow from 2021.
This is the champion.
But in order to win, one must go through a gauntlet of the best players in the world. Get ready for time scrambles and death slams, brilliancies and blunders. Lock in, the Bullet Chess Championship fires off right now.
Hello and welcome everybody to the Bullet Chess Championship. It's day number 3. My name is Grandmaster Aman Hambleton. I'm joined by Grandmaster Benjamin Bach. Benjamin, we got a lot of exciting bullet matches today, but I mean none more exciting than I think our very first one. How you doing, buddy?
Hello Aman, hello everyone. It's great to be here once again. And yeah, you said it. Today we have Hikaru Nakamura against Naroditsky, 2 absolute heavyweights in the Bullet Chess Championship. Aman, let's have a look at the bracket.
Yeah, let's take a look at not just the bracket for what we can expect, but also a reminder of what we saw, because this has been an event that's been ongoing. We can see up at the top of your screen, that's the winner's bracket. These individuals have not lost a match in the event yet. That's Hikaru Nakamura and Naroditsky. They're playing in the winner's final. And I don't know if you're this kind of guy when you have your food, Bach, but it feels like we're getting dessert before we've even had our proper meal, starting with this match.
Yeah, no, for sure. This is the match we are all looking forward to. Hikaru, of course, is the favorite in this event, but Danya definitely capable of potentially, maybe setting an upset here. But keep in mind, everybody, that even if you lose this match, the loser still has a chance to come back and win it all.
Yeah, that's right. The great part of double elimination, as we go down to the loser's bracket, that's where the loser of Hikaru and Naroditsky will go. But they'll be waiting for all of these matches you see on your screen to take place first. We have the losers round 3, Bortnik, Firouzja, as well as Jospem and David Paravyan. They'll be battling it out today, and we will also see matches from Nihal and Sam Sevian as they await the winners. Bach, your thoughts on those matchups?
I mean, at this point in the competition, there's only heavyweights left, and it's gonna be awesome to see. I mean, Sam Sevian, he's been very impressive this event so far, so I'm curious to see how he's gonna do in the losers bracket. But Aman, we talked about it before. Let's have a look at the statistics between Hikaru and Danya.
Yeah, this is obviously our featured matchup. There was no way it wasn't going to be Hikaru Nakamura and Naroditsky, as we look at their head-to-head score, as well as some interesting statistics here. Obviously, we're drawn to just the bullet rating, the current rating for Hikaru, very often above 3,300. But the stark difference comes with the bullet games played. If only your skill was a direct correlation to how many games you played, I might be in the competition.
Just play as many games as possible. And hey, if you gain 1 point with every game, I think everyone would be really good. But one statistic that always stands out to me, Aman, is this one. Look at this. Average move 20 clock lead. Hikaru, on average, after move 20, he's 4.5 seconds ahead. What do you make of that one?
Yeah, it goes to show that Hikaru, I think it's fair to say, and he might be the first to admit, he's not at the level of the pre-move and the scrambling as some of these other players. His skill is through the roof. So he actually flags people by being up on the clock early in the match. That's how he does it. Hikaru's not the kind of guy that makes up time at the end, but when you start 5-10 seconds by the time you get to the end game, if you have that extra time lead, that's where he gets you.
Yeah, he has really good strategy. He makes really good moves really fast. It's really hard to deal with. And that's why also his pre-moving rate is pretty low. I mean, he doesn't have to, as you mentioned. He often builds up a lead and he just finishes off the game. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this one is going to go. I feel like Hikaru is the better chess player. But Danya, if he can get into those time scrambles, he definitely has a chance.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about chances here in this match, we can all look at the match overall and talk about how Hikaru is the favorite. But what about Daniel Naroditsky? He's the kind of player that, I fear playing bullet against Danya online. I mean, Hikaru is probably the number one player, but Daniel Naroditsky, I feel like he is one of the absolute best when it comes to pre-moving. I saw that his pre-move rate was probably one of the highest in the competition. He seems to know the exact moments he can sneak a pre-move in and when he can't. And I think that's one of the things he can use against a guy like Hikaru, who definitely is not taking those pre-move risks the way that a guy who's played 40,000 bullet games or something.
Yeah, we just saw some footage of Danya earlier, BCCs. Look at the passion. I mean, it shows how much he cares about this event. And I think every chess player is just passionate about competing against the best players in the world. But Amon, I have to ask you, if you're Danya and you've seen Hikaru demolish Nihal yesterday, what do you do to give yourself a chance?
Don't watch the footage. That's my first piece of advice. I mean, Danya is a guy that everyone has seen host a lot of events, so it's nice to see him out of the commentary box and getting his hands dirty out there in the Bullet Chess Championship. If I'm Danya, though, I go back to the ways that I have beaten Hikaru. I can think for myself. I don't have many wins against Hikaru, but I think about the wins that I do get and how did I get them. I feel like Danya probably has a formula that he can go back and be like, look, how am I beating Hikaru? Is it a time scramble? Let's elongate the game. Am I beating Hikaru with opening tricks and theory? Probably not, So you can kind of tailor those bullet games, hopefully, to the areas where you found success.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see what Hikaru is going to do. He started off a lot of these games with one knight of 3 and b3 or b3 on the first move. He actually said in the interview that maybe he will play the cow opening. Let's see if he will. Let's have a look at some footage of Hikaru. Besides winning, he's also entertaining by talking to his chat and making funny little jokes. What is your take? Like, don't you think it's distracting, or do you think it just gives him extra motivation to stream while playing?
Extra motivation for sure. And that can't be said for everybody, but I believe that it's true for Hikaru. I think it kind of takes the pressure off of him, knowing that he's also there streaming, he's also making content. He has the highest peak rating in this field of competitors at the Bullet Chess Championship, and he's also the reigning 4-time BCC champion. So, I mean, if that's not an indication enough that he absolutely dominates this tournament, he does it in classical chess. He's like climbed to number 2 in the world, Bach, but meanwhile, he's still winning events in Bullet. It's crazy.
Yeah, no, it's very impressive. And actually from his setup, you can see that he's very well accomplished. He's got 2 YouTube buttons. I think one is for hitting 100K, another one for hitting 1 million. He's got a nice pineapple, nice drawing of himself. And overall, he looks pretty relaxed. Whereas I feel like Danya perhaps is a little more tense. What do you think is the right mindset going into a match like this?
I mean, is Hikaru ever truly nervous? Like, maybe you could say a match against Magnus, but I think he also relishes the opportunity to play those matches too. Whereas everybody else probably is nervous playing Hikaru. So I think that's just, those are just GOAT things, like when you are the guy on top, other people are nervous playing you and you're not nervous playing them. That's just the dynamic. So no matter what, Danya is going to be feeling the pressure, and we've seen how emotional he is in some of the clips that we just saw. When he gets like an early win against Hikaru, that could really give him the energy that he needs this match.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I guess one thing that might take the pressure off a little bit for Danya is the fact that this is a double elimination. Even if he loses this match, he still has a chance to come back and face Hikaru later on. But yeah, the players are getting ready. Ahmad, let's remind everybody of the format.
Yeah, it's important that people know what's going on in this. It actually is a really simple format, but it's just 45 minutes of bullet chess. There's going to be a countdown timer on screen, so you'll be able to know when the guys have just a minute left and there's only a couple more games that count. Obviously, a point for a win, half a point for a draw, but most importantly, Bach, in this format, you have to win by 2. And winning by 2 means that if you're only leading by 1 point and the match clock expires, you keep going. If the other player evens the match up, guess what? There's 10 minutes of overtime afterwards as well. So we could see some matches continue into overtime, and I feel like if Naroditsky was signing up for overtime beforehand, he'd be pretty happy if he could have that.
Yeah, we are getting ready, but Danya just stood up from his chair. Perhaps those are the butterflies, He's put on a hoodie. Maybe he's feeling a little cold. I guess we're going to get started any second now.
And that's a real thing, by the way, being cold. Like, I don't know if these guys, I think Hikaru has been streaming this morning, but myself, I hate it when my first games of the day are just the ones that matter. So hopefully Danya's also at least warmed up a little bit, but I understand the hoodie, and things are underway here as 45 minutes has started to count down.
Yeah, and we have a King's Indian on the board. I'm a little surprised by Hikaru's opening. I mean, I feel like Danya's had a couple of games here, and he's already doing great out of the opening.
Yeah, this already looks like, to be honest, a terrible start. One thing that I've noticed with myself in bullet matches is when I play stronger players, I often start out well. And when I play weaker players, I start out poorly. And I guess that makes sense, right? That's just kind of how bullet matches go. So we'll see if that actually happens here, because the worst thing is when the stronger player just gets off to a flying start. It feels like you're never going to catch them.
Yeah, no, that's always tough to deal with. And that's something you definitely have to watch out for when you face off against Hikaru. But yeah, I feel like Danya had something like this against Andrew Tang in the Hyper Bullet Championship. We see Hikaru here going for a knight jump with 95.
Yeah, 95. He's got that bishop pair. I'm waiting for the move like b4 in the future, maybe to try to loosen up the pawns in the center as well, because that bishop on b2 is going to be super strong if it can activate. That's a big if.
And, well, there goes the h6. Maybe g4 here, hitting the rook, trying to get the queen e5, bishop f4. Also nice move.
Yep. Yeah, he gets rid of that super strong piece. Ooh, I was wondering about...
rook e6. There goes the knight. That's unfortunate. But, against Danya, it's not over yet. Let's see if he can pull off a swindle.
Yeah, this is at this point, it's kind of a technical conversion, and equal time. Someone like Hikaru, this feels like it's not going to happen.
Yeah, I feel like he's got this one in the bag. Okay, well, not that easy yet. There comes the black king, and 10 seconds apiece.
I think he's. I was going to say going to put his king on a3, but he's definitely done this very poorly. White always has a5. It's such a nice move to sneak in. I don't think Hikaru is that kind of player, though.
Oh, yeah, but now he goes bishop d5. But does he have the time to finish it off? He should have enough time with... No, I think he's not going to make it.
No, this should be a draw.
Wow, and Danya wins with 0.2 seconds on the clock.
Wow.
And look at Danya. He's smiling. He's happy with that one.
Very happy. Yeah, I mean, that's game one. If that's not an indication of things to come, welcome to the Bullet Chess Championship, everybody. We're off in the next game already, and he's launching an attack.
Yeah, that's what we can expect from today. But Hikaru actually had a mate in 2 at some point when the king was trapped in the corner, but he let the king escape. In the meantime, I like Danya's position, but Hikaru having quite a significant lead on the clock.
Yeah, and we've talked about this before. It's like, when you think of Hikaru Nakamura, you don't think, oh, that's the fastest guy in the Bullet Chess Championship, and yet... how is he always up on time? I feel like when people talk about speed, whether a player is quick or not, there's 2 different kinds of speed. There's the speed that you have throughout the game and the speed you have in time scrambles. Hikaru is simply one of the fastest throughout the game.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. I mean, Danya might be doing well on the board, but down 12 seconds on the clock. He's going to have to catch up here, and we know he's capable of it, but yeah, that statistic we highlighted before the match just tells it all. I mean, Hikaru, He's up 4.5 seconds after 20 moves.
Exactly, and it's opposite bishop. It's not the kind of position where the extra pawn even matters. It's sitting on b2.
Right, Hikaru, okay, taking maybe now a check, and if he can collect one of the pawns on the queen side, he's just going to win because of the time situation.
Yep.
Oh, here comes the knight.
Knight's coming to f6.
Is he going to take the draw? No, he's going for the win.
Definitely risky.
Right, he picks up the pawn on a3. I think he's got this given the time situation. Yeah.
Yeah, agreed.
It's just too difficult for White to handle. 5 seconds for Diane. Diane's fast though. Can he? Oh, rook f2. Yeah, no, the thing is he catches up, but it's also Oh, wait, it's not over yet. Yeah, that's too much. No, 10 seconds. Like, look at the time differential I'm on.
Yeah, it's incredible. That 10 seconds was not, like, I think objectively Daniel was the faster player at the end there, but it didn't matter because when you're down 10 seconds, if you make up 5 of them, it just doesn't matter. I mean, your clock goes to 0, you lose. So it's too little too late.
Oh, and look at this. As we were talking about the last game, Hikaru, I was going to say he has already won a piece. He's already won the game, and he takes a 2-point lead.
Yeah, that's such a defeating loss, and once in a while that will happen where every bullet player knows you can be the best bullet player ever, but you play too quickly, all of a sudden you like trap a piece and you think to yourself, is it worth really playing on? And I feel like against Hikaru, he'll probably get you to resign most of the time there.
Yeah, no, for sure. What's really annoying against him is that when you make often when you make a mistake, the other player misses it as well. But Hikaru takes like one, that's the moment he pauses and he punishes you. It's so annoying.
Yep. Yeah, it feels like if you ever pre-move something, he's there to catch that exact moment. Ooh, knight f1.
Knight f1. That 4 came out of nowhere, and he picks up an exchange, and he picks up another pawn. We were talking about this yesterday, how Hikaru always c5, kicking the knight, and you pick up the pawn on b3. Hikaru always likes picking up pawns.
Yeah. In bullet, he says, I'll grab that, prove it to me.
Yep. No, there goes g2. Hikaru up 5 seconds, also a big material lead. I don't think Diane is going to pull off a swindle here. But you never know.
Yeah, he's doing a good job keeping everything defended here. And, I mean, basically if black achieves...
Rook e4, I thought.
Oops.
Okay, Hikaru with the trade, 17 seconds apiece. But the knight is annoying there.
Very annoying.
Danya doing a great job keeping this one alive.
Yeah, I would have sacrificed for that knight there, but then you start to think, well, wouldn't actually be a good move, just a safety. Okay,
so Hikaru has the rook first the knight, but he's down 4 seconds. Can he get this one done? I doubt it. Danya's so fast.
Wow. Why does it feel like he's kind of winning the game on the board? It's like making progress out of nowhere.
The good thing for Hikaru is that he can pre-move pretty much anything, and Danya can, but yeah, it wasn't enough.
Wow. The fact that Hikaru came close there, the knight should be so tricky and down on time.
Yeah, no, Danya did a great job. I mean, he was completely lost, but he hung in there, created chances, and he saves a draw, which is important. A 2-point lead is definitely still surmountable.
Yeah, I think the most important thing, though, is this might sound obvious, but Danya needs a win. And I don't mean that in the obvious sense. He needs to show himself in this match early on that he can beat Hikaru. Obviously, he can, but I think he needs to remind himself because it can be so defeating when you're playing this bullet match and you feel like, oh, yeah, I'm in it. I had so many close games, but they're all draws. It's like he either wins or in the worst case, he draws. That's not enough.
Yeah, no, for sure. He's got a nice position here, though. He's up a pawn, great control in the center. He still needs to finish it off. And Hikaru also very... Oh, that trick came out of nowhere.
Wow. What the... Whoa, knight p5 takes c. I don't even know what I just looked at.
Right, I still like Danya's position. I feel like his rooks are very active, and he's got 2 nice passers on the queen side. But now Hikaru's pieces come in. Is Hikaru going to take the draw here? Hikaru's going to... I was going to say he's going to pause for a second, take a sip of water, and then take the draw.
So the thing with that draw as well is, again, it kind of looked like one of those positions where it's like, okay, I kind of like Daniel's position here. Draw, again. And you see what I mean? Those top bullet players in the world, they take their wins, but then the tough positions, they always seem to find a way not to lose. It's incredible.
Yeah, nice stuff here by, wow, rook e1, nice move, creating an escape square for the king. Let's see what Hikaru is going to do. Here goes bishop d7, threatening a very sneaky check on b5. That would be game over. So Naroditsky stops it with c4.
Yep, necessary.
Doesn't
F5,
look scary,
F4,
though.
very tricky.
You don't want to deal with this in bullet. Bishop takes on h3 or an f4 looks very scary.
Yep, good call. Yeah, bishop f4, setting up some nasty tricks.
What do you, bishop e4, but there's got to be a win here. Bishop takes h3 and then take on e3, something like that.
Yeah, everything looks like it does something.
That was not it, though. Oh, there go. That's a big pawn. Oh, and yeah, Hikaru opens up a 3-point lead.
It can get away from you in these matches. There's still 35 minutes, which is tons of time in a bullet match. But yeah, it can really start to slip away from you against a stronger player. Like, you feel like you're just getting in the match, so many close games, and then you look at the scoreboard and it's like, wait, 5-1? What did I do wrong?
Yeah. One thing I noticed, though, with Hikaru is that often when he opens up with 1e4, he pre-moves knight to c3. And I believe in case black goes d5, like d5 is one of the best responses in case your opponent's going to go 2 knight c3. And we see Naroditsky getting a big advantage here out of the opening.
Yeah, that's a good point, especially if you start to realize that that's a pattern or a habit of Hikaru's. You can try to take advantage of it every single time.
Yeah, and Hikaru also, for whatever reason, has no problem allowing the pawn all the way up to h3. But to me, it looks quite problematic. And here, Daya can now go rook d2. This has to be his game. Oh, knight g4. Yeah, it's made. It's made.
There we go. That's a big one for Naroditsky. Hikaru's still comfortably up in this match, but that's certainly going to be a big result for his confidence.
Yeah, no, 2 points is definitely still very surmountable, but like you said, it's very good for his confidence. And yeah, he keeps the lead very, very manageable.
Yeah, and in that game, you kind of mentioned it at the start. It was actually the one time that Hikaru maybe got a bad opening, and it was because of that, just moving too quickly.
Knight h5?
Ooh, knight h5
I think Daya missed a win there. He had knight h5 one move earlier, and I think that would have been GG. Like, take the pawn, bishop h7, but now Hikaru is hanging in there.
And you can feel that Hikaru knew that. Like, he saw knight h5, and he was probably very upset.
Right, and I think I also saw a very slight head shake from Danya. He's still doing great in this endgame, but Hikaru hanging in there.
Yep.
There's also look at the clock.
h4 is good.
There goes another pawn, though, but up 14 seconds for Hikaru. Danya's fast, so let's see if he can win this one.
Rook f7
G4?
and trade.
Push.
At least it should be good chances. As white, I think you're happy.
I think this might just be a win, like h6 and then bishop g8 and h7.
Yep.
Or not there, because now that I can go to f7, and this probably is winning, but it's going to require more work.
Yeah, it's definitely winning, but the knight can be super annoying. Yeah, super annoying.
Yeah, like, okay, that was not it, okay. But don't go a4. Do you think Daya's going to... I think he will with his speed. He's doing a tremendous job here. But, 1 second, no, it's not enough. Wow. Oh, it is!
Wow! Oh, man, king e8 was the worst square.
Wow, Hikaru actually at one point could have taken the queen. I mean, I understand he was pre-moving, but there was no need for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously going to sound like super smart advice in hindsight, but it's a tough thing to do. You want to play quickly because Danya has low time, so you want to flag him, but also you don't need to play as quick as him. I think Hikaru had 12, 13 seconds, so you can kind of like move extremely quick, but you don't need to pre-move everything.
Yeah, no, exactly. Because at the very end, he can choose. Like, hey, maybe if he goes to one square, there's mate in 1. But if he goes to another one, there's like mate in 4. And then Danya will not find it. However, Hikaru is doing a great job steadying the ship. He is up 2 pawns in his endgame.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, knight h4, knight e5 was a very good response there.
But yeah, Danya definitely having some compensation here, taking d6 and king f2 looks very stable. Bishop e3 now.
Yep. Yeah,
It's
this
so
is.
impressive. Like, oh, sorry, I was just gonna say it's so impressive that you feel like Danya's got good compensation, but Hikaru just defends against all the threats and is now cleanly winning.
Yep. Yeah, he couldn't even trade all the pieces there. It's like sometimes you win material, especially in bullet, and it puts you in a worse position than than before.
Right, and Danya's gonna go for a stalemate trap, but how? Like rook b. I feel like there Hikaru, he was just sitting like, yeah, I'm just gonna give Danya the chance to resign.
Yeah, I feel like he was also having a bit of a moment where he was wondering, is this actually smart for me or for him to waste time off the clock? Because Hikaru could sit there and not checkmate, or he could play quickly if he wanted to get more games. And I'm not actually sure what the answer is.
Yeah. In the meantime, I like his position right here. He's won a crucial pawn in the center. But yeah, you make a good point. Perhaps he was already, draining the clock a little bit, given the fact that he is up in the match.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're about a third of the way through this match right now. And that 2-point lead from Hikaru has kind of been stable for the last couple games, but he's looking poised to get his next win right here.
Yeah, Hikaru also having a big lead on the clock here, up 12 seconds. I mean, yeah, I don't know how he does it game after game.
Yeah, I think in this position, even though you might look and be like, okay, Black's obviously down material, it looks like he's got the good material to have. Those bishops and knight look super strong.
Yeah, but 94, nice find there by Danya. Okay, wait, Danya gives an exchange back, but yeah, look at those bishops on d4 and b7, queen c2. a4 is difficult to defend.
Mm-hmm. I love knight c3. I feel like he's doing a good job.
But look at this, sacrificing the exchange, picking up the knight, and I think he's on his way to another win.
Yeah, it certainly looks like. And again, as soon as it gets
Yep.
to that end game and you start looking at the clock, you're like, okay, wow, it's time scramble time. Daniel's really good at these, and he's down 10 seconds.
Yeah, no, it's just incredibly tough. I mean, it really is Hikaru's biggest strength, building up a big lead on the clock. Let's see how this one is going to progress. We have another interesting imbalance. Danya having more pawns in the middle, but Hikaru having the bishop pair.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, d3 and knight b3. I actually really, really like that idea, getting the d4 square. The question is, can he hold that square? Because the bishop on b2 could cause a lot of trouble.
Yeah, those knights are pretty annoying. Maybe g6 here. He goes rook e8 instead. Feels a little timid. Okay, now you have to take with the rook.
Yep, but I'm not sure that's something that will bother him, though.
Danya doing pretty well here, and the time is even. He needs to get more games in like this and win a few of those.
Yep, he's playing really well. Right now, time being even is exactly what he needs.
Wait, the evil bar goes all the way down, but it looked fine. Oh, wait, was there knight e3 or rook d2?
Wow.
When he played knight c3.
Wow.
Anyway, Danya up a pawn here. Is he gonna win, or I mean, Hikaru gets the blockade?
Yeah, I would say this should be. I don't know. I was thinking the same thing as you. It depends how comfortable he is going for the win, but I would feel pretty happy trying to win this.
Right? Yeah. Like I was gonna say, you're the bullet specialist. Like, how do you win this?
Ooh, king
There's the
g6
king.
was a good try.
I like b5.
Yep.
It looks tough for white to hold, also given the fact that Danya is faster. It's going to be difficult for Hikaru to pre-move.
Danya's going for the same pattern of like king back to d4 or not. I think this was really smart.
Hikaru is winning now. Oh, queen trade taken b7.
He's got to take it. Wow, he takes it. So good by Hikaru.
But he had 1.7 seconds. You felt like that was not enough?
I understand why he took that pawn. Like, he knew he was lower on time. You don't always have time to like check the exact amount that you have. So I feel like he knew he was lower. He knows time scrambles are not, his bread and butter. So a draw, I think he'll be pretty satisfied with. I'm actually super impressed by that because I thought Naroditsky was going to win based on the classic opposite bishop flag.
Yeah, so good start for Hikaru. He's up by 3, but that is definitely still manageable for Danya. In the meantime, we are trying to pull up the next game. 26 and a half minutes on the clock. And Aman, this is a typical Hikaru specialty.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but in fact, I don't even need to be told. I can tell that this game started with Hikaru's number one opening. He beats everyone, myself included. D6, bishop h3. You know what I'm talking about, Bob.
Yeah, the queen c8. Queen c8.
Yeah.
He has been playing this since the longest time. He invented it even, I don't know, 20 years ago or something.
Seriously, yeah, I remember my first days on the Chess.com website way back more than 10 years ago. And of course, he was playing that opening, and of course, he was winning the exact same way.
Right. In the meantime, we have an even position here. And the thing is, when you see Hikaru do it, he makes it look so easy. Then you try yourself, and the opponent finds an annoying defense. How is this possible?
Yep. A 4-point lead here for Hikaru. I think this is, the next couple games will be pretty telling because Hikaru is also one of the absolute best at match management when it comes to the clock, the types of positions that you should take when you're ahead. I feel like he's one of the absolute best, probably a bit better than Magnus at that particular skill.
Yeah, and look at this, Amon. He's sacrificed the pawn on e3, but Danya is just completely lost. It feels like there's got to be a knockout blow here.
Yeah, I think the way Danya was shaking his head there, I could almost hear him say, of course he finds it. Of course he
yeah, of course he This guy finds everything.
I've said those lines so many times playing Bullet.
Yeah. No, but you're absolutely right. Hikaru, he does a very good job at managing the match. Whenever he's ahead, he makes sure the game's he doesn't take as much risk anymore. And whenever the game is going to be a draw, he makes sure to milk the clock as much as possible, or maybe even when it's a win, he takes a couple seconds to deliver the final checkmate.
Indeed. Interesting. Yeah, Queen f5, Knight d4, f4. He might go for.
Danya doing pretty fine here, but man, how does he always build up a 6-7 lead on a 7-second lead on the clock?
Yeah, I like this from Danya. He's happy to go into an endgame. Yeah, take and maybe rook e7 and rook d8.
Oh, taking b4. This is Danya has to win this one. Okay, now Hikaru. Yeah, you look at Hikaru. He knows he's gonna lose, so he's just stretching. He's gonna drink some water, and then he's gonna milk the clock.
Yep. But in order to really milk the clock, you have to keep the game going. So he is going to keep playing this one out.
Yeah, so he's just going to make pre-moves until it's checkmate at 1, and then he's gonna wait. You can still make a few more moves here.
This is that match management that we were talking about. It's going to be 9-5 with lots of time on the clock, 23 minutes.
Right, and he's probably also thinking to himself, wondering what he's going to play in the next game. I feel like the fact that he took a while for King e3 might have thrown Danya off a little bit. All right, okay, so still a 4-point lead for Hikaru, and we're halfway through the match almost.
Yep, we're into the next one here. Danya going for the...
Oh, is he going to take the draw with Knight c3? This is a known draw. No, he doesn't do it.
That would be funny, and honestly, I could see it happening.
Yeah, no, I'm even a little bit surprised he didn't do it, because now Danya has a very comfortable King's Indian.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know about giving that knight up on f4. Usually that's the right idea, but it seems like the only way he gets his pawn back is giving the bishop on g7 back.
Right, yeah, I like knight at d4, but yeah, Hikaru, he's a pawn grabber. He's doing pretty fine here. Even though Danya definitely has compensation, the bishop on g7 also is a little bit locked in by the pawn on e5.
Mm-hmm. Knight back to f3. It's just amazing. Everything is covered.
Mm-hmm. Okay, queen e4 offering the queen trade, but the pawn on e5 is a little weak. And I like that Danya puts the pawn on a3.
Very clever. Yeah, it looks like no big deal, but you can see the bishops are starting to come alive.
Oh, we're gonna get another opposite color bishop endgame, Amon. Here. Oh wait, Danya up a couple of pawns. He has to win this one.
Yeah, he's even on time up those pawns. This is the type of position that he would win every single time, against a different player.
That's a different play. Okay. Okay, he puts a bishop on g7. Nice stuff. And now king d6 to c5. I think he's got this one. Yeah, just e4.
There's
e4.
no way. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah,
Danya winning these opposite bishop endgames, I feel like needs to happen.
Right, Hikaru. No, but he picks up the pawn on a2. Great stuff. And yeah, this should be a win.
Now, I actually think before as the show began, I was kind of giving my advice about, how could Danya even win games against Hikaru? And I said, go back to the situations that work. And this sounds like kind of a lowball answer, but what about opposite bishop positions with even time? Like, that's a position where Hikaru Nakamura's skill is definitely not that valuable.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, Danya is just a little faster with the pre-moves, with the maneuvering. I like what Hikaru has here, though. He's up a pawn, but he let Danya snap off that pawn on g6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he didn't really want to take it. Maybe it was slipped in as a pre-move, but hey, we were just talking about opposite bishops. I'm just going to throw it out there. This is one of them.
Yeah, no, once again. Yeah, actually, Danya's hanging in there with Hikaru. I mean, Hikaru up in the match, but it's only 3 games. Keep in mind, everybody, that it is win by 2. So if Danya makes up 2 more points, he will take the match to overtime.
Mm-hmm. Could try.
Oh, but queen takes f2?
Amazing. Yeah, everything's covered. E1, F1.
Queen h4 is a big threat now, so he goes rook h5.
What the heck is this game?
Oh, he is trading everything off, but he's down on time, Amon.
Yeah, he's down a lot, like 15 seconds. Amazing.
I don't think he's going to manage this one. Hikaru now up a couple of pawns and up on the clock. No, this is too much.
Agreed.
Yeah, king b4, a4, that's it. e3.
Yeah, probably the caveat with opposite bishop endgames is don't be down 15 seconds. Although, to be fair, didn't really have a choice.
Right, and a couple of pawns. Okay, so Hikaru takes a 4-point lead again. I think very important for the momentum of the match. And Hikaru here going for Hikaru's specialty with the queenside expansion.
This b3, e3, bishop b2 opening from Hikaru, he's the best at it. Like, I swear, this opening and the one he plays with queen c8 with black, those are the 2 openings I associate directly with Hikaru, and he's the best.
Yeah, no, for sure. But yeah, Danya, his specialty is the King's Indian. And I think one thing that works out really well for Danya is the fact that he can also pre-move a few moves at the beginning. Like whenever he goes g6 and white has not played d4 yet, he can pre-move bishop g7. Also very often castles is a safe pre-move. So that's how he gets the first 10-ish moves off quickly.
That's right. And he's also played the opening so many times. So even the middle game positions, you might be calculating, he's remembered.
Yeah, no, for sure. He knows all the patterns and ideas. Hikaru going up a pawn here, though, but black definitely has some compensation. Oh, queen d1 and bishop d6. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused by that. Why did Hikaru allow all the pieces in? I thought knight takes d4 earlier, but this could be Danya's game.
Yeah, he collected Hikaru's entire queens at a4. Great find, sacrificing the bishop. Now just a2 and bishop to b4. This got to be a win.
Yeah, bishop comes back to f6.
Still some work to be done. King c5. There goes the pawn. Wait, I think he's throwing it. Wait, he might lose. He's got 4 seconds against 19.
Oh, f5 is a big move.
But yeah, and I don't think there's enough time to get it done for it. Or 1 set. No, Danya just in time.
Wow. Okay. I mean, but that was Hikaru in one of his worst games, and again, it just goes back to what we've talked about, that the strong players always seem to draw their bad games and win their good games.
Yeah, no, for sure. I like what Hikaru has here in the meantime. A very comfortable endgame out of the modern with that isolated pawn on e4. But yeah, he's just always so resilient. It's difficult to win a game against him.
It is, yeah. I hope the crowd is appreciating the efforts from both of these players here, because it's very difficult to go toe-to-toe with Hikaru. And Hikaru, you feel like you're always watching a new era of dominance when he plays these bullet chess championships.
Yeah, no, for sure. Again, I feel like Danya's doing pretty fine on the board, but the clock is again tough. He's down 10 seconds. Let's see if he can come back on the clock here.
Okay, all pawns are hanging in the position.
Right, knight b4, great move by Hikaru. Do you think Danya, like, what do you think is going to happen here? Do you think he will win, or do you think the time difference is too much?
This definitely looks like the type of game I could see Hikaru finding a way to win, which is pretty scary to imagine. Wow, rook
Or
b6.
is this one of the few? No, I think it's going to be a draw. There's just too little left, and yeah, both players know it.
Wow, that was a really clever idea. Knight c7.
Yeah.
I like that.
And Hikaru milking the clock.
Hey, this is what I've been saying. He's the absolute best at this. Like, that wouldn't even occur to me. I would just play king a3 autopilot.
Yeah, the thing is, he doesn't even need a move here. He can even lose on time. But eventually he does play a move, and the game ends in a draw, and he keeps a 4-point lead.
11-7. And we've kind of been hovering around 4 or 5 points for a while. We have 15 minutes left, which, you have to start chipping away at this 4-point lead, probably around the 10-minute mark, I would say. If it's under 10 minutes and he still has 4 or 5 points up, that's the territory where he's going to start milking the clock down.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, yeah, 4 points is still manageable, but if Hikaru wins another one, he could really run away with it. So Daya needs to win sooner rather than later. But again, look at the clock. He's down 8 seconds, and Hikaru having an edge.
Yeah, I feel like when I watch, maybe the Puzzle Rush Championship, you kind of pay attention to how many puzzles people have done by a certain time. In this match, I'm just watching, as we get out of the opening, who's ahead on time. It's always Hikaru.
Yeah, and he's up a piece here with a nice attack against the Black King. Queen g3, nice move hitting the pawn at g7, and there it goes. That's... Oh, and I think Hikaru took his time on purpose.
Yes, he did.
He knew, like, whenever he would take, Daya would resign. So he felt like, let me take a second, actually.
Yep. That's very, very smart. Okay, this is the opening we were talking about earlier. Queen c8, bishop to h3. Just something that Hikaru is kind of known for.
But this is the Hikaru specialty gone wrong. I'm pretty sure that knight f6 back to g8 was not planned, but he's managed to get a decent endgame.
Oof, rook e4. That's an incredible find.
All right, okay, so if you take the knight... Oh, the knight now gets out. Yeah, Hikaru, again, he's got... Oh, rook e1. I was just about to say he has got the worst behind him. He's still not down material.
Yeah, rook h7, rook d7, both blunder the exact same thing. He wants rook e4, then rook h7.
The threats look a lot to deal with. Yeah, knight c5. I feel like Danya should win this one. I mean, so many threats for white. Rook g6.
Yep. Okay, that's the one that matters. Rook takes c6. Now the rooks can coordinate to work for a checkmate against the Black King.
Yeah, the Black King, yeah, and rook c5 hitting the knight and threatening checkmate. Yeah, take the knight now. And Hikaru is just purely playing on now to milk the match clock. He knows this one is lost. Although, 13 seconds for Danya. He still has to finish it off.
Yep.
But he will manage, because now Hikaru's got no pieces anymore. So he can pre-move everything. Yeah, so now he's going to stall. Yep. All right, so it is going to be back to 4 points.
Yep. Pay attention. We're almost at that 10-minute mark. 1 or 2 more games, and I think Danya has to be within 4 for a real shot. And then the hard part comes, which is somehow making up a 4-point deficit to Hikaru Nakamura.
Well, if he brings it back to 1 point, that will be enough as well to take it into overtime. But yeah, making up 3 points is not easy at all.
Okay, knight e5. We have a pretty unorthodox.
He took on c4, and yeah, he finds it. Take rook takes b7. This looks pretty interesting for both sides.
Yeah, rook e8 feels correct, but castling and just realizing black's not in time with h4. Like the pawns are just get d5, e5, very tough to deal with.
Yeah, practically this just looks very difficult for black. I mean, white always has an attack against a black king, but black does have a lot of pieces.
Knight d5 and knight b6.
Okay, knight takes c4, hitting the rook. Look at the clock though, man. I mean, Hikaru up 15 seconds.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah, queen e8, there goes the pawn. I mean, Danya really has to catch up on the clock here.
Yeah, he's got all the pieces, so like 3 pieces for a queen is actually quite good, but with that queen just dancing around all over the board, it feels impossible.
Yeah, I don't think you hold these a5 or something like that. Although, okay, I feel like his technique is not the cleanest here.
No, take on c1 and take on g3 looked like a pretty interesting way to go.
But the threats are just too much to deal with 6 seconds on your clock.
It is.
Although,
he can take on g3.
But white's king also feeling quite airy now if you can get the rook over to the second rank. No, but I think that the queen chain, that's just too much.
What a game. What a funny looking position. And you just always get checked.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's just too much there. Like if Hikaru had a couple seconds, then maybe there was a chance for Danya because he could pre-move a lot, but Hikaru still had like 10 seconds.
That was such an interesting game. It ended with 3 pieces for the queen, which you would love to play with the pieces, not the queen. But just again, Hikaru's got 8 seconds. So I feel like they constantly get in positions where Danya actually has the better time scramble position. He set himself up a bit better, but nothing matters because Hikaru has that extra 5, 8, 10 seconds, whatever it is.
Yeah, I like this position here for Hikaru. For Danya. I liked it for Danya, but now I like it for Hikaru because he picked his pawn on h4.
No, you knew what you meant. You liked it for Hikaru. You saw the future. Makes sense.
Exactly. Yeah, he's up a pawn now, up 10 seconds. I feel like we're repeating ourselves. Every game it's like, okay, Hikaru's up a pawn, he's up 10 seconds, and he wins.
Yep, it's so tough. And it looked good for just a fleeting moment, and then it's gone.
To be fair, though, Danya fighting back here. He picked up pawn on c4, but still, the lead on the clock is tough. He needs to catch up.
Oh, g5. The rook is in such a bad spot for... Yeah, it's just going to give it up.
Yeah, a4 opening up the queen side. Okay, yeah, no, this has to be a technical win for Hikaru, although the knights, of course, can always be tricky.
Yeah, knight g3, knight f1, but that's not really going to hold together, I think.
Yeah, Danya fighting here, though, d6, but wow, Hikaru finding all of these moves.
That's amazing.
He only needs like 1 second to calculate.
I feel like those are truly the toughest ones to spot, where you actually give up material as well. Wow.
And look at this. Hikaru wins with a 15-second lead on the clock and takes a 6-point lead in the match. Aman, given the fact that we only have 8 minutes left, I think it might be close to being mathematically over.
Yeah, and at this point, Naroditsky probably has to do something that he also hasn't done the whole match, which is win multiple games in a row against Hikaru, go on a real streak. But from what we've seen, Hikaru hasn't been slowing down at all. He has missed a thing here or two, here or there, rather. But honestly, he's looked very, very sharp in this match.
Yeah, no, for sure. And also here, having an... Oh, I was going to say having a nice advantage in the endgame, but he just wins a full piece. Takes a 7-point lead.
That's a dagger.
Yeah. I mean, the good moves come in just so fast.
No, it really gets away from you. And that's the thing in these... with this format, and bullet chess in general, you can have 2 of the best bullet players in the world, and they'll play a match, and the score will have like a 10-point difference in it at the end, because that's just how bullet is. It's very momentum based. Once you're down some games, like, you need to take some risks to get back into it, so you play worse moves on purpose, and that's kind of what we're seeing here. Danya is like blundering pieces and losing games in 15 moves sometimes because he's just playing too quick in the opening, trying to make up for it.
Yeah, no, I think you're 100% right. I think if Danya wanted to have a chance in this match, he needed to win a few games in a row. I mean, one win is not, or like one loss is not going to upset Hikaru, but let's say he loses 2-3, maybe that can tilt him a little bit.
Yep.
But yeah, the tough thing is he plays the opening so fast that you have two options. Either you play fast as well, but then you might blunder something, or you play a little bit slower, but then you're going to be behind on the clock.
Exactly. And sometimes you decide to play slower because you're like, okay, let me focus on the chess, let me play some good, and then you blunder, and then it's like, well, now you don't have any pieces, you're losing on the position, and you're slow.
Yeah, knight g4 there, nice find by Hikaru, picking up the exchange here, and again, like, look at the clock, rook d4, finishing, rook d2 is checkmate.
Ouch. Yeah, I think he was
brutal
considering not giving the checkmate, kind of like before. But Hikaru in cruise control, myself, I'll definitely tilt in bullet. You know, if I have a tough loss, my next game, I might just pre-move too many things. But Hikaru definitely doesn't do that. For sure, one of the things that sets him apart.
Yeah, here it feels like he's blunder, but there's still knight at b5. Oh, queen e7. Wait, maybe he should have moved the other knight.
Yeah, so Daniel might snag a game here, but it's 16-8, which, by the way, is not a bad score against Hikaru, but of course it'll never be good enough.
Yeah, if I would ever play a bullet match against Hikaru, my only goal would be not to get adopted.
Yep. We can safely say there's no such thing happening here.
No. All right, so Hikaru winning here. Danya playing... Oh, no, sorry, Danya winning. My bad. Great game by him, but yeah, it's just all a little too late. Yeah, Hikaru now is going to stall it out. He's going to take a sip of water. So does Danya.
Oh, okay, sorry, I felt a little left
Adjust the
out there.
headphones. Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah. Okay, what I'm going to do in the next game. Yeah. I'm trying to think of my strategy.
All right, everyone in chat can take a sip as well.
Yeah.
Community
Or do you
sip.
think with like 0.1 second he'll... Oh. No, Danya had a pre-moved.
4 minutes left and an insurmountable 7-point lead.
Going for the pawn cloud, like, why?
So I think before the show, I think you were alluding to like, oh, would he play the cow opening? Yeah, and I was thinking to myself, he would, absolutely, but not before he had the match locked up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I feel like he doesn't play around when the match is still very much up in the air. But a moment like this, for example, he knows that he's got this one.
Right. Yeah. Danya should win this one as well. He's up the exchange, up a pawn. He's down on time, though, but I feel like the lead on the board should be enough for him to manage.
Mm-hmm. Rook d7.
Yeah, okay. There goes the bishop. There goes the knight. Hikaru just playing anti-chess at this point.
Yeah, at this point, it doesn't really matter, so you can tell that his level has definitely dropped off here, and it's a little bit defeating for someone like Danya because you're like, even your wins, they don't feel like real wins either.
Okay, everyone, we all take a sip of water.
Yep, everyone is ready for the community sip.
Yep, because the next move is going to be checkmate. I think Hikaru, there's probably going to be 2 more games. Hikaru just wants to make sure that there's no more than that. And yeah, Danya wins this one. I mean, it must feel good to get a few wins in at the end. It definitely makes the score look more respectable. So let's see what Hikaru makes the score more respectable.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think Hikaru is gonna bong cloud, have it go like that, and then do it again. He's definitely not looking to have the score be that close. Like he wants to put up his points.
Yeah, I also remember in the Speed Chess Championship, he would often do his little bingo card. He would go like 1 a3, 1 knight a3, 1 knight h3. However, he is not doing that right here. That being said, I don't like his position, but I think he's just relaxing a little bit, knowing that the match is won.
He is, yeah. I always have a hard time navigating these moments because I don't want to take anything away from Danya, who's definitely earning these wins. It's not like Hikaru's sitting there trying to lose. He's probably not as focused, but Danya is still in there winning the games, which is still pretty tough to do. So, yeah, I always have a hard time knowing who to give credit to because Hikaru is obviously not playing his hardest. He knows he's won the match, but Danya is still winning these games legit.
Yeah. All right. So Danya wins another one. Okay. So there's going to be one more game with just a little more than a minute on the clock. But yeah, Hikaru is going to move on to the grand final.
He is, yeah. And he may face Danya again. We don't know. That's the beauty of the double elimination format is that Danya could go into the loser's bracket, win all his games that he needs to play down there, and come right back up for a rematch against Hikaru in the final.
Yeah, so talking about the losers bracket, Aman, do you see anyone stopping Danya over there?
To be honest, every match is kind of a reset. I don't necessarily believe that, because Danya's in the winner's bracket, he's the best bullet player going down to the loser. Like, not necessarily. We have guys like Bortnik, Firouzja down there in the losers bracket. Nihal, who the only reason he's there is because he lost to Hikaru. It's like guys are in the losers bracket because they took a loss to Hikaru, which is kind of like, everyone's down there like, you got your ticket punched this way. Yeah, you lost to Hikaru, is it? Yeah, all right. Hey, how you doing?
Oh, same to me, yeah.
And some applause there from Naroditsky on cam as he no doubt sees the match clock reach 0. And hey, the end of this match was definitely Hikaru having a little bit of fun, playing some troll openings, but I think it's fair to say that the match was relatively one-sided overall.
Yeah, no, for sure. But I think Danya, 16-2 looks pretty respectable if he wins this one, which is not at all a given, but it seems like he's doing a good job. Mm-hmm. And so he can go into the loser's bracket with confidence.
We are going to see who wins this final one here. Obviously, it'd be nice for Daniel. There's still some rating on the line here as well.
Do you think Hikaru will hold? No, I don't think so. Daniel's got so many moves left here that...
Yeah, I would definitely want to flag Hikaru here for sure.
Yeah, it's just good bullet practice to see if...
Absolutely.
Is he going to get it? I don't know if he's going to get it done. No, Hikaru, wow, saves the draw. I thought Daniel was going to flag him for sure, and both players smiling.
Yeah, when that's the last game that we see, we can say that with that game, Hikaru Nakamura beats Daniel
the match.
Yeah, exactly. And advances to the grand final in the winner's bracket. Of course, he's still undefeated. Buck, let's look at that bracket. We see the guys on cam here, but amazing that Hikaru he continues to be so dominant, and you can see he's punched his ticket to the grand final. Bach, he awaits the madness that is going to ensue in the loser's bracket.
Yeah, a very dominant performance by Hikaru, but yeah, like I said, Danya, he can head into the loser's bracket with his head up. He gave Hikaru a good match. But yeah, Hikaru is just in a class of his own. So, Aman, let's have a look at what's up next. We have Alexander Bortnik against Firouzja, and we have Jose Martinez against David Paravyan. Who are your favorites in these two matchups?
Yeah, I mean, looking at what we've got here, Bortnik, I would say he's kind of the more volatile player. I feel like he can beat the best, but also lose to players that maybe he should beat the majority of the time. Firouzja is usually extremely, extremely solid. He's a former winner as well. So seeing him in the loser's bracket already kind of caught me off guard. So I feel like Firouzja has to be the favorite in that match. And I also got to give a little bit of credit to David Paravyan. He qualified, or he's here through the qualifiers, and he continues to impress in this format. So those matches are coming up, Bach. But before we get to those, we also want to remind the good people right here with us in the chat that tickets for this year's SCC Live Finals in Paris are officially on sale. For the first time ever, you guys are invited to join the Speed Chess Championships for finalists as they compete in person for the crown. All tickets will get you a seat in the live audience and extra perks like streamer booths and raffles. You can also level up your ticket tier, unlock the VIP lounge, player meet and greets, and a whole lot more. Early bird pricing will be until the end of the month only, so head on to go.chess.com/SCC tickets or use !TICKS in the chat to book your seat at this historic finals. Guys, coming up, we have Firouzja and Bortnik fighting to survive in the losers bracket. Myself and Bach will be right back. Do not go anywhere.
I'm here with Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, number 3 in the world in Classical at 2,789, number 2 in the world in Rapid at a rating I should have memorized before we started filming, number 9 in the world in... Did I say number 2 in Rapid?
That's the wrong word.
Yep, yeah, damn it. All right. I'm here with Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, rated number 3 in the world in Classical Chess at 2,789, number 2 in the world in Blitz, and number 9 in the world in Rapid, and he is playing in his third candidates here in Toronto. Hikaru, it's
Good to see you.
Yes, good to see you too. Wow, I don't even know where to begin. Let's start with the third candidates. We're here in Toronto.
I think I'll be pretty succinct about it. It'll either be a very good event or probably a very bad event.
Going into the 2022 candidates, I don't want to say you didn't expect to be playing for first place in the final game, or you just kind of didn't have any expectations, period.
Well, I think in that candidates, my only goal was to not make a fool out of myself. I think if I go back to sort of the start of the whole process, playing the Grand Prix, the FIDE Grand Prix events in Berlin, it was mostly the same thing. I just wanted to be competitive, and that was all I was hoping for.
How has it changed your life? Obviously, as a creator now, but also just for chess, the love for the game.
First of all these people during the pandemic have been watching my stream. These top players, I'm not saying they're watching every day, but they had at least seen it. And I know some people like Wesley, hey Wesley, I think watch it very frequently. When they watch streamers, or you watch people streaming chess, your view of the person becomes very different when you actually have to compete against them. For example, if I go back to when I played Magnus in this famous match, I think it was 2009 or 2010, I forget when it was, in Moscow, the famous Blitz match, Magnus was able to see that my opening theory was not great. We played a bunch of games, played a bunch of different openings, and I think one of the biggest things that he realized is that my opening theory, my general knowledge was not great at that time, and he was able to use that against me a lot in some future games over the following years, and I lost a lot to him. Neither of us really knew each other, and so it sort of made sense to play. Now, obviously, I've said this too, I would never do that. If I were given the choice, I never would have done that, looking back, but it is what it is.
What is the future of chess in your opinion?
Well, nobody's going to like my answer on this, but I think nothing's going to change. I think, truth be told, I think FIDE is very, very resistant to change. I don't think they want to get away from the long history they have with classical chess and the classical world champions and the whole format. I don't think anyone's going to be as dominant as Magnus has been, or perhaps will be, and if they're not changing it for him, I don't think they're changing it for anybody.
Obviously, you love chess, and you're... I mean, I hope, right? Like, you love chess. We can start there. Do you love chess?
Introducing Chess Events by Chess.com, the brand new app that helps you stay up to date with the latest tournaments and results of the most important games. Get breaking news, tournament updates, live stream coverage, results of your favorite players, or a specific matchup you're excited for. Never again miss a tournament's final outcome, a critical moment, or news recaps by the world's top chess journalists. Chess Events makes it easier than ever to bring the chess world to you. Download the app today.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Bullet Chess Championship 2024. Back here with Grandmaster Benjamin Bach. And we see the players on screen here, Alireza Firouzja and Alexander Bortnik. They're going to be facing off in just a few minutes, and I have to admit, both of them look completely disinterested at the moment, Bach.
Yeah, Firouzja is on his phone. I don't know what he's doing. Bortnik, on the other hand, he looks a little bit more locked in. Maybe he's doing some puzzle rush to warm up. What do you think, Amon?
That would be crazy. I mean, puzzles right before Bullet is madness, to say the least. Looking at the bracket here, obviously we're in the first losers round 3 matchup. Bortnik against Firouzja. We will have Jose Martinez against David Paravyan coming up, as well as follow-up matches featuring Nihal and Sevian against the winners. But most importantly, Bach, different from the last match that we just watched, somebody is actually being eliminated in the match that we're about to see between Bortnik and Firouzja.
Yeah, we are in the losers bracket, so the players are down to their last life. So it's do or die at this point. These two are very, very evenly matched. And Amon, let's have a look at their statistics.
Yeah, the head-to-head between these two players right here. Obviously, when you look at the head-to-head score, Firouzja leading, but 9 wins, 7 losses. That's not a big sample size, especially when it comes to these short bullet matches. Looking at the amount of games played, their rating, it's just so similar. The one thing that stands out to me, especially as an old geezer on the broadcast here, is the age. I mean, just the young talent in Firouzja, but then you look at guys like Hikaru and you're like, wait, is it a young guy's game or is Hikaru just going to dominate forever?
Yeah, Hikaru always likes to say that he was better 15 years ago, but I don't believe it. I mean, he's just so good these days. Let's also look at these statistics here. Wow, apparently by move 20, on average, Firouzja is almost never ahead, while Bortnik is usually 1.3 seconds ahead. Bortnik pre-moves a lot, and I know that.
Yeah.
Whenever he gets low on time, he just pre-moves everything.
Yeah, the pre-move rate, when you think about it, is actually kind of crazy. 21.7%, like 1 in every 5 of his moves is a pre-move. That's, when you say it like that, that's crazy. Definitely an opportunity for someone like Alireza to take advantage of, because if you think about how Alireza is almost never ahead on the clock by move 20, that tells me that he definitely does not pre-move early on. So even though he pre-moves, they come later in the time scramble, which means an early mistake by Bortnik, a pre-move is probably going to be caught by Alireza.
Yeah, I feel like Alireza's biggest strength is the fact that he is the better, classical chess player. Now you might wonder, well, how does that translate to Bullet? I mean, I feel like his openings, his understanding should be better. So he might try to win some games early on. Well, whereas Bortnik, I feel like if the games go longer and they get into those time scrambles, that's where he will have his chances.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's pretty good analysis. I believe we are very close to games starting. As you can see, it looks like the players both just kind of jumped to attention here, as I think they were alerted. Now we get a glimpse at their game faces. Firouzja and Bortnik. Bach, I think that this one will shape up to be pretty close, at least at the start, before one of these guys tilts their way into madness.
Yeah, and we have a modern defense here by Alexander Bortnik. We saw that a lot by Hikaru. Amon, what do you think about the modern? Do you think it's a good opening for Bullet or not so much?
Well, one thing I do know is Bortnik has his systems. He has them even outside of Bullet as well. So I definitely think it's a good opening for him. He knows it inside and out. We talked about how those comfort openings for a guy like Hikaru mean a lot. Overall, though, I don't think Firouzja is going to be too bothered. Most top players, they enjoy playing against these kind of sideliney openings because they know they'll get a good position.
Yeah, because one thing that's a little bit difficult with the modern is that white often gets an attacking position, and that's what you want in Bullet. You want to attack, and you want your opponent to spend time to find those only moves to hang on. He goes Queen f6 to offer the queen trade here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, f6 is happening, though. The knight on d5 is so strong.
Right, but I don't know how I feel about f5, because there it just goes the e6 pawn. Firouzja should have this game.
Yeah, rook e8 to h8. Unfortunately, the black king will just run up the board. The absolute disaster would be playing bishop against knight. So I love what he did there. Trade them off.
Yeah, Bortnik's still hanging in there, and now finally that was one pre-move too many, and Firouzja takes the first game.
Yeah, and it was interesting. All the statistics kind of played out there as we expected. Early on in these games, Firouzja does seem to be down on the clock, but he always makes it up in the middle game because he just puts so much pressure on the opponent.
Yeah, so here we have a bishop's opening by Bortnik. I like his position. I mean, you can go queenside castles, and perhaps a move like bishop h4 at the right moment.
Yep. Sorry, I was actually distracted by the match timer. So I guess the losers bracket matches must be 30 minutes.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I don't think we went over that. So it just occurred to me as I was looking at it. So there you go. If you were wondering just like me, I think that's your answer.
Yeah, so in the winner's bracket, at some point they start playing with a 45-minute match clock, but in the loser's bracket, it's 30 minutes. So, the matches are shorter, so you want to get off to a good start, because if you fall too far behind, it might just be over before you get warmed up.
Yep, that's right.
Ooh,
and Bullet is that type of game, like, especially if you get off to a poor start, as I always tend to in Bullet, you feel like you never even get into the match. It's like, by the time you're warmed up, it's like, okay, pack it up, time to go.
You're like, I'm finally getting into this one. And then you're like, oh no, why there's only 1 minute left? This is unfair. Mm-hmm. In the meantime, Bortnik winning a piece here, so he's looking very good to even up the score.
Yeah, and definitely being up on time here. If Bortnik is messing up any kind of position, it's not going to be when he's up a piece and up on time. No way.
No, for sure. And what's always impressive with Bortnik, I mean, I've played him, I've also watched his streams a few times, is he pre-moves a lot, right? But he often anticipates the right move.
Yeah, exactly. It's not necessarily a bad thing.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we have an interesting modern here, but I like what Alireza is doing. He's got a majority in the center, and he's putting it to work with c4 and d5.
Mm-hmm. Looking to trade bishops on g7 and just maybe bring the queen in, queen d4.
Ooh, bishop c4, nice move, hitting the knight. Maybe take an a4 or take there first. Oh, rook c, nice, fine. Yeah, and queen d4.
Wow. Spotted immediately by both the players, and got to give credit to the commentator here as well. Bach saw that one super fast.
Alireza up a piece here. Yeah, this should be a win for him.
Yeah, the technique, the conversion phase is always interesting to watch. F4 is like such a surgical move with knight g5 and rook h7 checkmate happening next.
Mm-hmm.
So many ways to convert, but well done there.
Yeah, and he just took a very clean one, making sure that the game was going to end in checkmate in a couple moves, not allowing Bortnik to drag the game into a time scramble, where he does manage to save points here and there.
Yep.
In the meantime, I feel like Bortnik has the slightly easier position to play in this one.
Yeah, just with the knight, pawn on a6, it does feel pretty easy, but rook a4 and rook over to g4, you see Firouzja starting to get those pawns cemented on light squares, which just makes that bishop feel even stronger.
Yeah, for sure. So queen c6 by Firouzja, offering the queen trade. The players are even on the clock. This endgame is gonna go down to the wire.
Yeah, I guess he's trying to play a5, b6, lock everything up, maybe even c5.
Yeah, I'm starting to like this one for Firouzja. I mean, the pawns on g4 are a little weak. Bortnik, I feel like, is the faster player, though.
That's right. Time's even here. We're going to get a glimpse as well into, how much the players actually want to play for a win. Because you could easily shuffle pieces, say we each have 20 seconds, no need to do all this, or they might become ambitious here. So we'll see.
Oh, and Firouzja getting ambitious here, opening up the a file, but look at the clock. Bortnik up so much time, and the knight on e2 is just trapped. King e2, and yeah, I think he's got this one. King c2, maybe then bishop e1 to stop the king. Oh, he's taking a lot of time here. Wait, he
You
wants
got
to
to make
come
sure you
back?
see that. Oh, he goes back. That's the wrong way to go.
But still, he's up on time. Take and e5 maybe was the move there. I feel like Bortnik's still gonna win.
4 seconds. Oh, the pawns are on
Anyone's
light
game.
squares. This is really bad.
Well, I have no idea what just happened there, but Bortnik is gonna get the win. Wow, he managed to sneak one pawn through, and that was enough.
Amazing. Yeah, I feel like the moves actually came in so quickly that we couldn't even process them. The queens just appeared on the board for both of them.
Right, and Bortnik here going for a Bortnik specialty. He's playing the Alekhine. Now, whenever I see the Alekhine, I'm like, dude, seriously? But he's making it work. And yeah, both Danya and Bortnik, Danya tells me, like, well, in Blitz, this is annoying. It's not easy, and that's what we're seeing right here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, rook d7. So the knight on a4 looks a bit strange, but I have to say the position after b6 and just cementing the knight on c5 does look pretty nice to me. Knight e4, wow, even better move hitting the c3 pawn.
Yeah, no, I was with you, Aman. I thought b6, but yeah, knight e4, even better. He's up a pawn now in a lot of time. Let's see how he will try to convert this one.
Okay, h3. No, but this is really, really easy to play for black.
Oh, rook d3. Not sure about that one, though. Take. I mean, there's knight e4, but White's got rook c1 at the end, maybe?
Ooh,
Uh-oh.
yeah, rook c1 and rook c3.
Black is getting a couple pawns, though, and now rook c7. I don't know. I feel like Bortnik let this one spin out of control.
He did, but I have to say I'd almost rather be black here because the bishop's going to get to d5, and you can just go f5, g4. Yeah, it feels really easy to play.
Yeah, no, 100%. But also the clock. I mean, g3 is already a win here because White's stuck in
it's
a mating net.
Wow.
All right, nice stuff by Bortnik. Bortnik also, by the way, made a course on the Alekhine, so he's making some nice advertisement for his course right there.
There you go. He was also, broke into a song and dance there at the end. Feeling pretty happy with that result.
Right, he's got the headphones on. Do you think he's listening to music, or are the players allowed to do that, or he was just like, yeah, let's go?
It's interesting because I feel that why would you have the headphones if you weren't?
Well,
if I wasn't listening to music, would I have headphones on? I don't know.
Well, I personally like to wear headphones to be a little more locked in, because then I don't hear sounds around me, and I hear the board sounds just a little clearer.
Interesting. Yeah, I would hope that you could listen to music, but that's just me speaking selfishly because I simply couldn't compete unless I could listen to music.
So you feel like for you it really gets you going in bullet, yeah?
Absolutely. It's like a performance-enhancing drug, basically.
Right. I guess you'd like to listen to some nice chess bra techno that really gets you going, yeah?
Absolutely.
Okay, nice. And in the meantime, there's got to be something here for Bortnik. I mean, black's king is just so exposed on f6.
Queen to f8?
Yeah, I don't know what you do here, yeah.
Yeah. Black is like 2 moves away from checkmate himself, but that's 1 move too far.
Yeah, and Bortnik takes a 2-point lead. I mean, again, it's all still very early, and now we see Firouzja going for a more conservative approach against the Alekhine.
Yeah,
probably because the 4 pawns attack didn't quite work out.
Interesting decision to take there. That seems probably good for Firouzja. It's opposite bishops, but very nice diagonal.
Yeah, White's king just a little bit safer. Black also has some targets, maybe knight b5 at the right moment. Not here because h3 was hanging, and that's why Bortnik goes a6.
Rook is coming to g3, I think.
Yeah, this looks unpleasant. I mean, again, White's king is just a little safer because he's got 3 pawns around it, whereas Black only has 2.
f4? Oh, f4, the rook is hit as well. Yeah, that's actually really annoying.
Okay, I don't like the fact that Bortnik allowed that knight to get to d5. Okay, Firouzja cannot take a draw here. Yep.
He's finding his way out of everything.
Offering the queen trade, though, whereas earlier he was trying very hard to keep the queens on the board.
Gotta take that, right?
Wow, g5. That feels very risky. Bishop g6, can you take on f6? Firouzja says yes.
Yeah, I think it might be related to queen g5 and some sort of f4 idea.
Oh, yeah. And rook takes g6. Wow, what a great fight by Firouzja.
Yeah, that's enough, because opposite bishops here is basically a win for white.
Yeah, Bortnik fighting back though, but yeah, I mean, you got the two connected passers. This might even be winning on the board, and also the clock situation is just too much. G6, yeah.
Just have to make sure you watch out for that A5 move there.
For that, yeah. Yeah, just want to keep one pawn on the board. All right, so Firouzja cuts the deficit into 1 point.
Yeah, pro tip for everyone watching: when you're playing bullet and you know there's just only that one A5 move that can throw off your win, just don't pre-move. It's not worth it. Hover all the moves. Don't pre-move everything, because it's such a bad feeling, right? When someone sneaks that move in, takes your pawn, and then you don't win anymore.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. That is what these players do. Like, even when you have, let's say, a rook and knight versus a rook, when they have 1 second left, they will hang their rook, try to take your rook, because when that one is off the board, like you say, you can't win anymore.
Yep. Bortnik with an early lead, and we're approaching about halfway through here. I'm looking at all the moves here: the knight d4s, the knight f4s. What works?
Oh, Aman, look at this. Bishop d7, knight f3, king h1, rook e1, and bishop g2, and then a fork at the end.
No, that's crazy.
Let me draw some arrows. Check, knight f3. Or is that knight f3 and bishop g2 and knight e1? Wow, that's insane.
And he saw the whole thing, knight d4. No, that might be one of the craziest tactics unleashed in any type control, let alone bullet chess.
Yeah. Oh, there goes the rook, but yeah, great game by Firouzja to even it up.
Wow. Yeah, that's an emphatic 4-4.
And Firouzja going back to the 4 pawns attack. Last time it didn't work out at all. Now, I can tell you, Oman, when you make a course, the nice thing is that you check almost all of the moves. And that's why Bortnik is so familiar with this line.
That's right. Yeah, you check all the moves that make sense, all the bad moves as well, so you're prepared for those.
Yes. They tell you, like, oh, also check this weird sideline. It was played in 1988. Oh, check that as well. There was one game, you know. So,
yeah, you don't want
booked up to the teeth here.
You don't want people, getting your course and then losing to some move that you didn't cover. That's the worst feeling.
Right. Yeah, so you really check all of the moves. Okay, rook e4, this looks risky, but queen e5 can still be met with that.
Yep, rook d8 coming.
But look at the clock, man. All of a sudden, Bortnik's up 10 seconds.
Yeah, that was, just too much time to spend on a move in bullet. We can say that.
Yeah, Firouzja catching up here, though. Why is Bortnik... Wait, why did he... Oh! Knight takes e5, there was knight takes b7. Wait, but this just looks lost.
Yeah, and if pawn takes e5, knight takes b7, I think he maybe could have still fought on by moving the rook, but such a weird decision. Like, this makes more sense what he did. Take the knight, it's bullet, at least you have a chance.
Right, but great technique here by Firouzja, maneuvering the rook to b5, and he's going to win a pawn on the queen side, and with that, he should have this one in the back. But against Bortnik, it's never over. He's so fast.
He's not blundering any forks.
Firouzja should have this one. Just push the a-pawn. Trade off. Yep. Push the pawn home. And he's going to take the lead. Yep.
Yes, he is. Wow, this is going to be a very close match. You can already tell. The score indicates it, but it just feels like the wins are being traded here back and forth. They each get their good positions. They each fight back the next game. There's never been a lead of 2 or 3 that's opened up.
Yeah, and Bortnik and Danya also made a course on the Jabava London, and they cover this line where White sacrificed a pawn, but White has some compensation with the center control. I like what Firouzja is doing, though.
Yeah, I think Firouzja might have bought the course.
Yeah, no, for sure. Well, not to. I actually, against the Jubavalon, I recommend C5 myself in my own course. So Firouzja probably also bought that course.
Yeah, it's okay. I feel like we're in the interwebs of the courses here, courseception. Which course trumps the other course?
Oh, and here we are back to Bortnik's his Alekhine course.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, if anything happens on the board, somebody has a course on it, I promise you.
Exactly. Yep. All right, so A3, I don't think that was covered in the course. And so, we see Bortnik struggling here.
I in these positions, I look at the nonsense moves like bishop f6, like these ridiculous type of moves because they just look scary.
I actually like bishop f6 there. It looked crushing. Now, it still looks good for Firouzja, but it's manageable for Bortnik.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, king can like hide on h8 maybe, and I think he can find a way out of this.
But it's always going to be more difficult for black to play with the exposed king. And there we go, rook f4 by Firouzja.
Yeah, rook. Okay, knight e5 covers f7.
Okay, knight back to e3, rook g8. Okay, he just hangs a pawn though. Queen g3 maybe?
Yeah, but that pin from the queen on d4 to the king on h8 is very troublesome.
Yeah, he goes, rook g5, nice move. There's got to be, but this looks tough for black to handle with low time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, h5, I feel like you're going to blunder something here.
Yeah, it's crazy that he hasn't yet.
Right, king h2. I mean, it's so difficult for black to move, and that's why he goes to a5.
Yeah, he just can't make a move.
Yeah, you can't move the knight here.
Knight f3, right? If the king was on g1, yes. So he actually spotted that ahead of time.
A great win there by Firouzja, who's now running away with it a little bit. He opens up a 3-point lead. Bortnik has to catch up.
Yeah, I was just saying that we haven't really seen any 2-3-point leads, and those are the ones that you can start to waste a bit of the match clock on. But now we're seeing the first one, so important for Bortnik to strike back here. We know how momentum-based Bullet can be.
Yeah, no, for sure. And we were talking earlier, who can potentially stop Danya in the loser's bracket. I feel like Firouzja definitely is one of those players who is capable of that. I remember some matches where he might have even adopted Danya in, it was either Bullet or Blitz.
Yeah, that's the thing with even the strongest players in this format that I always remind people. It's like even your favorite player can lose like 10 games randomly to another strong Bullet player because it really does swing back and forth like that.
Right, and look at this move, knight b5 by Bortnik, setting up so many forks, threatening knight takes c7, and in case of queen b7, you take on c4, and then knight d6.
Yeah, he almost made the smart decision to only give up one fork, but then he gets the piece pinned at the end. So he does end up down a rook.
Yep. All right, so great stuff here by Bortnik, who's now winning. Firouzja resigns. I was wondering if he was playing it on for the match situation, but I guess he just wants to keep his rhythm.
Yeah, and let's not forget, it is win by 2. So right now at 7-5, that's a match win if the match clock expired, but I don't think he's in the territory where he can start like running the clock down or anything. He probably wants to get the next game in just as much as Bortnik.
Yeah, no, for sure. I really like Firouzja's position here, though. He's going to pick up the pawn in g3, and it feels like he's got an extra pawn and an attack on the king side.
Mm-hmm. Interesting that he wanted to get the move e6 to happen. So he's going to lock everything up and then slowly get the move like king h2, g3, and then eventually g4 later.
I like what Bortnik is doing here, though. He is cementing the queen side with the queen on a6 and knight on c4. I mean, it's going to be difficult for him to break through here. Oh,
yeah, I see the knight c5, a4 future, and I'm like, it feels like it's lost for black.
Yeah, great stuff here by Firouzja, blasting open the queen side. He should have this one in the back, because he's also up on time, rook a6 or rook a1.
Yeah, this is absolutely done. The rooks for black are on the total wrong side of the board. Yeah,
they're on the open files, but there's like nothing to attack there. Take queen a2. Yeah, that's it. I mean, you just don't hold these in bullets with the knight on d4 coming.
Yep.
Knight d4, knight takes b4. Okay, yeah, I'm sure Firouzja will finish this off.
Yeah, even rook a2, there's probably not a perpetual there, so...
He can always give few checks to milk some time off of Bortnik's clock.
Mm-hmm.
And knight b5 or... Bortnik, yeah, again, the pre-moves, but it's all a little too late, I feel.
Yep.
All right, and Firouzja takes a 3-point lead with 8 minutes on the clock. There's definitely still time for Bortnik, but he needs to win here sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and with the win by 2, remember, guys, all Bortnik needs is he just needs to start the game with a 2-point deficit for him to still have some life in this match. So, for example, if he wins this game right here, as long as the next one starts, I mean, he really only needs about 2 minutes, a minute and a half for that to happen. So when you think of it that way, there really is still a lot of time left.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I like his position right here. f6 blasting open the king side. I think you just take on g7 and bishop h6 in case black recaptures. And leaving the pawn there also looks like a disaster. Knight g5 is coming next.
Yeah, knight g5 and rook f8. It's like you kind of have to play rook takes g7. Yeah.
Right. Okay, takes. All right, rook e1. Yeah, I mean, when Bortnik is in form, he's also very impressive to trade. And queen f4 looks very good here. Worth that.
Mm-hmm. The knight wants to reroute, maybe to e5 or c5.
Mm-hmm. Because, yeah, just like Hikaru, I mean, he also has often built up a lead on the clock in this match, but he has not always put it away.
That's true. That's true. He does keep... Firouzja keeps the queens on, which is an interesting decision. Obviously, you don't want to trade when you're not ahead, but still, sometimes playing knight against rook and bullet can be pretty good.
All right, rook d7, and there's no checks. This has to be a win for Bortnik. Yeah, there's no moves.
Yeah,
yep.
Queen
all right,
F8,
and it's
queen
back
G6.
to 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. All right, let's see how Firouzja responds after that one. And we have another Alekhine. Are they... Oh, he goes back to the e takes... Wait, what happened there?
I think this is, it's kind of back to what we talked about at the very beginning, that Bortnik does pre-move more than almost any other player. And that was an example where he was pre-moving so much. I think he was almost a move ahead of himself.
Yeah, wait, did he hang something else there? I mean, this looks like it is 95 or something. I definitely feel like he's playing a little bit too quickly here, Amon.
Yeah, it's kind of live by the sword, die by the sword. How can we sit here and criticize that when it's exactly what gets him the wins, but then obviously it can look bad in certain moments. So it's tough, but obviously here it hasn't served him well.
Yeah, no, for sure. He's still in this game, though. I mean, Firouzja definitely still needs to finish it off, and that's not the way to do it. Take on d... Oh, he's hoping for c takes d5, and then knight takes.
Yeah, that was very tricky. Even
right,
that
so
kind of looked okay.
Yeah, he traps the rook on f1, and this is a crucial game, Amon. With 5 minutes on the clock, if Bortnik wins, he cuts the deficit into 1 point, but if Firouzja wins, it's back to 3.
Mm-hmm. Queen f3. I feel like Alireza did something strange with that position. This is way better than than it deserved to be, I feel like, but wow.
All right, Bortnik with that passed a pawn. Very hard to say who this favors. Objectively, I guess a draw. Oh, there might have been a rook a7. I think Alireza is gonna win this one.
Yeah,
but Bortnik is fast though. Wait, it's all about the speed here.
Wow.
Oh, and he hung his rook. No, Bortnik should have this one.
Amazing.
Wow. And look at that, Bortnik with the fist bump. He knows how important that one was.
What a finish it's going to be in this match. It's currently a 1-point deficit for Alexander Bortnik. It was as much as 3, but there's less than 4 minutes on the clock. When you add up the time there, Bach, we could be in our last couple bullet games here.
Yeah, this could be the penultimate game, or maybe there's one more after, maybe 2 more games. I like Bortnik's position here. He's up a pawn, and it's always difficult for black to get the pawn back in this variation.
Yeah, you have to be comfortable not getting it back, right? You don't
Right.
always need to be in a rush to do so, and I think that's understood here by Alireza.
Yeah, I think he's doing pretty well here. He's got pretty good dark square control, although the b7 pawn is hanging out as well, and Bortnik takes it.
Yeah, got to take that. Knight's coming to d6, but maybe queen a6 or queen b5 to hit the a pawn.
Queen a8, I think a nice move, making it difficult for black to get that knight to d6. Bortnik up 2 pawns here, but he's way down on time.
His position's hard to play. He has 2 sets of doubled isolated pawns. Every pawn is isolated. No wonder he has to spend a lot of time.
Yeah, he's hitting the e-pawn now, and Firouzja defends it. Yeah, I mean, Firouzja up 10 seconds. This has got to be his game. Can he get it done, though? King of 1 might not be... Okay. Nah, I don't think Bortnik's going to make it. He's down 10 seconds. That feels like way too much.
It should be.
But there come the pre-moves.
Yep, he really starts to activate at the end.
Yeah, I mean, he had to, but knight d6 unfortunately hung the knight, and this is just too much. And yeah, Firouzja's going to take a 2-point lead with 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, you can play fast, but it's not going to be enough there. 2 minutes on the clock, so you'd think that there might be time depending for one more game after this. So maybe Bortnik could draw the game depending on the outcome of the next couple moves. A draw's not the end of the world.
Yeah, a draw will probably keep him in the match. There will probably be one more game after this, but I don't like his position out of the opening at all. It feels like Firouzja is just a little bit better with no risk, which is really what you want when you're up in the match. And yeah, it's just an unpleasant endgame for black.
Agreed. Yeah, I don't know why Bortnik is so willing to go into this, but again, it's bullet. You obviously stick to what you have been playing, what you know, and what you can pre-move, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. h6 now, maybe to chip away the pawns on the queen side. Bortnik up a little bit of time, though.
Yeah, it's actually b5 and maybe c6 or c5 happening next. Is not that bad here.
Yeah, no, for sure. Rook b8, hitting the knight, maybe c5. Time's evening out, though.
I would think of like bishop d1 or something.
f4, f5 is coming now. Yeah, no, Firouzja taking more and more control of this game because the bishop on h7 is just dead.
And let's remember, Firouzja here wins the entire match for sure.
Yeah, because he would open up a 3... Yeah, but I don't think Bortnik's going to hold this one. I mean, just g6, and it feels so easy for white to play.
It does. Yeah, king just waltzes in. Rook h3, keep the rook on.
Bishop f6 maybe, closing a mating net. But how do you finish it off, though?
It's true. g7, rook g2. It's not over yet.
Yes, there goes the c-pawn. No, but Bortnik losing all of his pieces here. No, it's not going to happen.
Wow. And the match clock actually does have another game in it, but it does not matter. I don't even think they're going to bother playing it because Bortnik himself knows there's not really any point. So 10-7, and there is your winner. Alireza Firouzja moves on in the loser's bracket, and sadly, that is the end of the Bullet Chess Championship for Alexander Bortnik.
Yeah, look at how excited Firouzja looks. I mean, in all seriousness, he looks unfazed. I mean, he's happy with the win, but yeah, he moves on. And he is going to play Nihal Sarin. That one is also going to be absolute fire.
Yeah, it's congratulations. You won a super tough match against Bortnik. Now there's Nihal waiting for you in the losers quarterfinals. That was a really, really close match. I know the final score has a difference of 3, but we all know if that one game had swung the other way, it would have been 9-8 instead of 10-7, and then anything could have happened. So we still have another losers round 3 matchup coming up in Jose Martinez and David Paravyan. But as you alluded to, Alireza and Nihal is a match that is made in the losers quarterfinals.
Yeah, no, that one is definitely going to be exciting. And Aman, I was wondering, what do you think? Do you think it favors the player who has already played a match and who's coming in a little bit warmer, or the player who got to sit back and relax?
when it comes to bullet, I'm actually, sometimes I feel like I generate an opinion because we're on the broadcast, but I actually feel really strongly that I would rather have played a match when it comes to bullet. Don't like coming in feeling a little bit cold. Like my first matches of the day are such intense ones. They only played 30 minutes of bullet, so I feel like that is a great warm-up for another match. Maybe after 2 or 3 more matches, they'd be a little tired, but I'd say for now, I'd rather be the guy that is already a little bit warmed up. While we get warmed up for the next match, I also want to remind everybody in the chat with us right now that we have Chess 960 coming up. Yeah, are you a Chess 960 aficionado like myself? Do you thrive in the chaos of random openings? I certainly do not. But Chess.com has a 960 championship next week. It's the second event of this year's Community Championship Series. The Chess 960 Championship boasts a $7,500 prize fund, and everybody is eligible to play. All you have to do is join the community club on Chess.com and use !960 in chat for all the information. Coming up, Bach and myself will be back to host the match between Jose Martinez and David Paravyan in the losers bracket. We will be right back with the 2024 Bullet Chess Championship.
You and I were watching Paul yesterday on the course, and we can see the details that he sees, or we don't see the details. He sees details we don't see. I want to ask you, when you are playing chess, what do you feel separates you at times in terms of the details you see from the other competitors that you face?
I guess it's sort of the same, that people have more or less the same tools to play, even though like you have certain techniques that you prefer. I think my decision making is a bit better, but why that is, I'm not completely sure. My evaluations are generally a bit better. That comes with experience, intuition, but I cannot tell like exactly what it is that I do like a little bit better. But I feel like I'm kind of decent at everything, and most people have like at least one phase of the game where they're not as good.
You say choose the one that you're more confident in. Do you ever have stats or thoughts on like, oh, this was a bad shot I hit last time? Is that ever in the back of your mind, or how do you keep that stuff out of the back of your mind?
It is really hard to not jump back to your past rounds and your past faults, but you also want to grow from that. And I know when you guys watched yesterday, there were 2 shots that were probably like a 5% gap, and I wouldn't normally take them, but those were my only options.
Yeah, Magnus, what is the chess correlation of that? I mean, is it like an opening you avoid, or what do you do to keep any losses or bad experiences you've had out of your mind when you're moving on to the next game?
I was just gonna say that it was so fascinating for me to see like the constant decisions you have to make of risk reward. There is like some of that in chess, like you want minimal risk and maximum reward, of course. That's not always so easy. There is some of that in chess, that if there's an opening which I know is good, but it leads me to the kind of position where I've failed before, like then it can become an irrational fear. And for some people, even for me sometimes, I'd stay away, even though I know it's objectively good, because I have this irrational fear of playing there, which will make me play worse. So like instead of fixing the problem, I just try and avoid it.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Bullet Chess Championship 2024. On your screen is Grandmaster David Paravyan. He is up against Jose Martinez in the losers round 3 matchup. He came here from the qualifiers, Bach, and just think of what that means. You know, someone from the qualifiers still having a chance to potentially win the whole thing. His matchup is actually, if he wins, going to be against Sam Sevian, who also came from the qualifiers. So that would be an interesting one.
Yeah, Paravyan and Sevian, they were absolute beasts both in the qualifiers and in the main event so far. Jose Martinez, he is definitely a heavyweight in Bullet as well. He's been here many times. I believe this is his 4th or 5th BCC appearance. So I feel like this one is an absolute toss-up. Aman, if you had to pick one of these two, who do you go with?
I mean, I've seen a lot more from Jose Martinez. First of all, I think we all have lately. He's kept a very busy chess schedule, that's for sure. We've all probably tuned into a Jose match or two. He also stays busy streaming all the Chess.com events as well. So he's definitely going to be the more regular Bullet player. We can take a look at their head-to-head stats as well here, Bach. And I mean, of all the things that could you could possibly look at here, the amount of games played, as I just alluded to, is like off the charts for Jospem.
Yeah, 96,000 Bullet games. That's a lot. I didn't know he played that much. David Paravyan apparently outrates him a little bit, but Jose did knock out Andrew Tang yesterday, one of the mainstays in the BCC. So I really find it hard to pick a favorite in this one.
Yeah, I think the username that David Paravyan has won't be as household as someone like Jospem. So maybe in terms of the chat vote, I think Jospem will have a few more supporters, but Paravyan's not to be overlooked. Those who are in the know, they're aware that he always finds his way into these top chess.com events one way or another, invited, qualified, you name it. And he's definitely a name that Jospem will be very familiar with.
Yeah, let's have a look at these statistics. We see that Jose generally is a little bit faster coming out of the gates. He usually has a slightly bigger lead after move 20. He's a little bit better in the time scrambles, and he also pre-moves a little bit more. What does that tell you, Amon? Do you think it's a good thing to pre-move a lot or not as much?
For some reason, when I see the pre-move rate here, when I associate pre-moves with someone like Bortnik, I feel like they can cost him the match a little bit more, if that makes sense. He's a very, very strong player, but Jospem, I feel like, uses those pre-moves a bit trickier. I feel like he catches me when I play him with pre-move tricks, or whenever I'm pre-moving, he's always there to catch it. So somehow these top guys, they're pre-moving at the right times, and then they stop pre-moving right when you blunder. It's amazing.
It's just unfair. Yeah, I don't know how to do it. Yeah, the players are getting ready in the meantime. Jose, he's still in Madrid, coming off his match against Vladimir Kramnik, the Clash of Claims. So He's still in that hotel room right there. And I think David Paravyan, he's just at home.
Yep. I wonder if Jose is playing on a brand new unboxed laptop at the moment.
And Jose goes for the Glax system with white. Now, the thing about Paravyan is that he knows his lines, and he blitzes them out very quickly, usually.
Yeah, he really does. Now, if I'm thinking about David Paravyan's style as a player, he has a kind of a universal style. Like, I feel like he's just an extremely solid player. Doesn't make like crazy blunders, and he's actually faster than a lot of people probably give him credit for. It's one of those players that has the type of speed that you don't really think of him as a speedy player, and then you check the clock and you're down on time.
Yeah. In the meantime, though, Jose taking an early lead on the clock here. I feel like the position is approximately even. Both sides having 2 rooks, a bishop, and what is it? 7 pawns. The e5 pawn is a little vulnerable, though.
Yeah, and White's also kind of achieving pawns on light squares here, which doesn't seem like much, but with the presence of the bishops, that can be kind of helpful.
Yeah, h4, nice move by Paravyan, breaking up the king side. And I feel like now the position is becoming easier for Black to play.
Yeah, agreed. The timing on him playing the move e4 was very impressive. Wow, what a tactic.
Yeah, he liquidates the position. I mean, it's still just even. Who do you have in this time scramble?
I think that white playing... Okay, well, rook f4, I think that's... honestly, we might even see a draw here.
Nah, Jose is going to go for the win. He's going to try, but I don't know if he will manage. But the difference is fair. It's only a second. Nah, it's going to be a draw now. Or, nah. Unless something crazy happens. But I don't expect it.
Yeah, no, I think neither can really try to win without immediately losing. I feel like if there was maybe 1-2 seconds, someone would go for a win. But in that situation, you're just basically throwing the match, trying to win there.
Yeah, and we see David Paravyan here going for an English opening, grabbing more space in the center. White's a little bit better here, but Jose's got some easy moves. Knight f5, or the check and b5 looks a little annoying.
Yeah, bishop d7 and...
Queen h4? Is that queen h4? Yeah, that wins a piece. f4, bishop d4. Yeah, Jose should have this game. Bishop d4, and king h1, knight g3, checkmate. All right.
Ouch.
Edge straight everything. No, that's going to be a win for Jose.
That was beautiful. Happened out of nowhere. I actually thought black might be in trouble there, not being able to castle, and then it flipped that white was actually in more danger having been castled.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting. I feel like the players might have prepared for this match a little bit. I mean, the pairings were set well ahead of time. I don't think there's going to be any preparation for the next match, as there's simply no time in between. But I feel like that's why also Jose is deviating a little bit from his usual openings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point. This does look, right off the bat, pretty comfortable for black here.
Wait, apparently he had something. I don't know what, though.
I think takes and knight f6.
Oh,
Skewering.
wow.
Very weird move.
All right, I really like this position here for Paravyan. He's up on time. The safer king, the pawns are dropping off. This should be his game.
Mm-hmm. Queen g3. That's a queen trade you want to make. I would have put the knight on d5, though.
Yeah. No, okay, king g2. Still not over, though. But, okay, knight e6. That's a nice move to stop any counterplay.
Yeah, f6. And there's no rook c7, so you can't even invade here. Oh, this is definitely good for black. Like 4 pawns.
Yeah. Take an h3 now. He also has a slight lead on the clock, so I don't see it happening here for Jose, but he's going to try.
d2 is really clever there.
Oh, wait, what? He let that pawn all the way through.
That's a huge, huge mistake there.
Wow, I mean, I did not even see Jose holding a draw there, but winning this one is huge. I mean, it's still not over. Paravyan has a lot of pawns, but wow, what a turnaround. Wait, still not completely. No, rook g6, there goes the pawns. Oh, don't take it. Wait, Jose's got 3 seconds. It's still not over. Although it should be, yeah, and checkmate, just in time.
Man, yeah, that's one of those wry smiles there from Paravyan, because that was his game. It's 2.5 to half, but it actually, like we all know, should be 1.5 a piece here. What a steal for Jose.
Yeah, no, for sure. And yeah, he takes a lead instead of the match being even. Yeah, so Paravyan, he should not get tilted early on. I mean, he's playing good chess. I mean, I'm sure if he keeps playing like this, eventually he'll get some games.
Mm-hmm.
Aman, never mind. I just wanted to point one thing out. If white was going to go bishop d6, queen takes e6 was going to be a threat, but Jose stops it with queen e7.
Wow, that would actually be amazing.
I don't think this should work.
Yeah, I think the main problem is the rook's on g3, so there's no rook e1.
Yes, I think you can just take it. You can always block on the e-file with bishop e6.
Yeah, rook c6. I was going to say knight f8. I guess you don't even have to castle here. You can just kind of wait in the center.
Yeah, Jose up a clean piece here. I don't see it happening for Paravyan. King d8 looks like a fine move. Maybe king c8. Castling to the queen side by hand. And 95? No. 95? No.
They'll get to it, one day. It's
Jose
funny,
on
the
the
rook
piece.
on
Now
G6.
95, trapping
There
the
we
rook.
go. Played it.
But now white gets a few pawns. Wait, this is not as easy.
Wait, why not f4 and bishop e5?
Okay, this should be a win now, especially after he gets rid of the g-pawn for Jose.
Very strange decision. I don't know why white didn't play f4, cement everything together. Would have been great chances for a draw, I feel like.
This one is still not over. I mean, David hanging in there. There goes the king. Oh, he gets it all the way to b6. No.
Wow. We talk about what a comeback it was in the previous match. How about this one? Paravyan just completely saved the game.
Yeah, but the good thing for Jose is that he turned a win into a draw. Whereas, wait, what is Paravyan doing? I mean, the next game started, but there's something wrong with his phone. And now he's down 13 seconds.
I think so. I guess one of a few things could have happened there. I don't know if the phone fell, but obviously with the fair play cam, you have to you have to have it ongoing. But it also could have the battery could have died, or maybe the internet disconnected from it. Obviously, the fair play cam is super important for everyone to have operational.
Yeah, and it's kind of unfortunate for Paravyan. He's playing this game at a good pace, but because of that incident, he is down 10 seconds on the clock. So let's see if Jose can nurture that time advantage.
Mm-hmm. And 10 seconds, when you're starting the game, it's oh yeah, I can just play fast, make it up. It's no, you're playing someone who also is playing just as fast. So it's very hard to make up these time differences.
Exactly, and bishop d7. Jose also having the slightly better position on the board. e5 is weak. There was f3, so it goes king g2 first. I like the decision.
Yeah, very, very smart. Rook takes
Take
e5,
or
safe.
I mean, as long as he keeps pressure on the board and on the clock, he should win. Take on c5, rook c7. You don't save these down 10 seconds.
No.
He's fighting, though.
He is,
Rook
but I think
g5.
this time...
Oh.
Yeah, it's time disadvantage. It's going to hurt.
Rook c8, maybe threatening checkmate. Looks unpleasant.
Very much
I mean, there's
so.
a move, but you have to find it. Okay, check. I mean, you just don't hold these. c7. Don't go king h4.
Yeah, he knows he's up so much time.
Yeah, the thing is here, the black can't pre-move, and so you're going to run into something like this, and Jose opens up a 3-point lead.
I was going to say, are they starting the next game? Yes, they are.
Yeah, so apparently David, I guess, fixed his issues with the second camera. All right, and David, he likes to play the bishop g5 knight. He really likes to attack from the get-go.
Yeah, this is a funny position after queen d8. Basically, Jospem has zero development. White's castled, both pieces developed, rook in the center. Black has nothing, zero.
Yeah, okay, takes to the bishop. I don't like this position for Jose. Okay, I was going to say it feels like white is an attack for free, but I like what he's done over the last couple of moves. Now maybe king e7, and he gets some stability. Okay, not here. That is a better move, yeah.
Bishop e5 is a good-looking move. As white, I'd be looking at knight c5 ideas.
Okay, queen g5 offering the queen trade, and now David having a big lead on the clock. Oh, take on d6.
Interesting. I was thinking of just the simple knight c4. That's way better, though. Knight c4 now.
Yeah. Oh, king d7, and the bishop remains alive. Big miss there for Paravyan.
Yeah, f5 is hanging. This is still very complicated for black to navigate, though.
Yeah, but rook e6, Jose is doing a fantastic job, because now... Oh, he just hooked the knight!
Yeah, it was just sitting there.
But this one is still not over, because black has some easy moves here. Just push the pawns on the king side.
That's true. Everything is finding a way to be defended. You just can't believe it works, but it does.
Yeah, king, okay. Check back. He's not going to take a draw here because the match situation. But then h4, h3 comes. Oh. Yeah, I mean, it might seem a little shocking that David takes a draw there, but if he doesn't take it, h4, h3 are just such easy moves for Jose.
Yeah, and the thing is, you're playing someone. You have to think about who you're playing. You see 10 seconds, and you're playing a 1500. It's like, okay, this is an easy flag. I'm going for it. You're playing Jospem, and you know what he can do with that time. So that's the respect given there.
Yeah, Jose looks at 10 seconds and he's like, okay, that's just 100 pre-moves. Yeah, easy.
Exactly. Not even a discussion. I would actually say that he made the smart choice there to go for the draw.
Well, you have the more experience in bullets, so I got to give some respect there. In the meantime, I don't know how I feel about this position for Jose. He's got the half open F and G files to work with, but it feels difficult to make his way to the Black King.
Yeah, knight h5, really nice move, but it's not going anywhere. Oh, the trade I feel like is pretty helpful.
Yeah, check, clever move. Okay, h5 maybe to open up the king side a little bit. Yeah, h5.
h5 feels really good.
I don't like rook d1. It feels too slow. And yeah, there David comes. Queen g3 with rook d2 coming.
Okay, so the pawns are actually, I was going to say even, but there's a little bit.
There goes a bishop. And yeah, David really, that was one pre-move too many. Yep. And Paravyan cuts the deficit into 2 points.
There we go. Just about almost halfway through this match. And 4.5 to 2.5, still very manageable for Paravyan, but Jospem, I think, will be happy so far. That was Paravyan's first complete game that we've seen, because he actually outplayed Jospem and at least one or two others, but he couldn't put away the match completely.
Wait, knight takes d4, isn't that just... Yeah, that's a free pawn, kinda, although White might get some compensation. But yeah, I think he really needed that win. He has been hanging in there, but I mean, the wins are the only thing that counts. And yeah, now the lead remains manageable.
Yeah, so... Yeah, the h-pawn goes. I feel like White's going to have enough compensation with rook d7.
Yeah, this is not easy for Black to manage. I mean, h5 is coming, rook d7. Yeah, I feel like h5. Maybe you already prefer White here.
Yeah, I think that's the correct answer. In bullet, definitely. Queen d4.
Maybe rook d6 there was already a good move. Yeah, don't trade the queens. But Jose, of course, is happy to get the queens off.
Yeah, he is. Keep in mind, guys, the queen takes e5 is not back rank checkmate. The rook on e5 will jump back to e8.
Okay, Jose activating his rooks here. Queen d3. There comes the rook. Queen c6 check, maybe.
Not.
Oh, rook g1! Rook g1! And there goes the queen. Wow.
Yeah. Just can't do that one.
And Aman, we've seen that smile from Paravyan before. Like, what you described it earlier. What kind of what does that smile tell you?
Yeah, that's the everyone has their methods of kind of coping with a blunder, but I think that's his way of being like he's angry at himself, but he's almost smiling at how it's possible that he could make a mistake that he feels he should never make.
Yeah, it's like, I can't believe I missed that. But yeah, Jose takes a 3-point lead. Definitely still manageable, but, Paravyan has to catch up sooner rather than later. I like Jose's position here. Maybe a d4 or an f4 push, and he's got a lot of space.
Yeah, d4 definitely looks good. I think he'll play it for sure.
Knight c1 looks a little passive. Queen c5 hitting the b4 pawn.
Mm-hmm. e5 is...
e5.
Wow.
Gambit declined. Okay, rook d1. Okay, Gambit. No, now you have bishop somewhere.
Yeah, it feels like that pawn could have been taken for a while. c4 is also...
f5. F5 would want a piece.
So how many times has Paravyan blundered? Because Paravyan blunders, and then you can tell he immediately sees it because his face goes crazy. He's like, oh no, I messed that one up. But then Jospem never sees it.
Yeah, Jose is not looking at the camera. If Jose would look at the camera, he sees Paravyan doing this, and then he would find it. But he's not doing it. Rookie mistake right there.
Yep. Yeah, you should stay glued to the camera. That's totally worth your time.
Exactly. Yep, that's where you want to be looking at a bullet game. Knight takes e5, though. There goes a pawn. Okay.
Queen to f6, though. Very solid here for Paravyan.
Yeah, very difficult to do anything on the king side. Jose's trying 17 seconds apiece.
Whoa. I do not like that h5 move, though.
I also didn't like king h7, so he moves the king back to h8. All right, this one is crucial for the match, Amon. I mean, if David loses this, it's hard to see him coming back.
He's spending a lot of time here. Rook h6
what are you
is
doing?
mate.
Getting checkmated. And now he's got the smile, like, even through this one, and Jose takes a 4-point lead.
Yeah, 6.5, 2.5. For sure, as we've kind of talked about before, I think a 4-point lead is the most that it could be at the 10-minute mark to have any chance of a comeback. But remember, in this shorter format, the 30-minute format in the losers bracket, I don't know. 4-point lead might just be enough. There's just not a lot of time to really get in your rhythm.
Yeah, no, for sure. But let's remind everybody that it is win by 2. So if you make sure that you are only, like, if you're 2 points behind and you start one last game, you still have a chance to come back in the match.
That's right. That's right. Wow, what a loose position here. Like, normally you see the 2 bishops in an open position. This should be great, but I mean, it's not supposed to be this open.
Yeah, no, for sure. That's why he tucks his king into the corner with king h1. But yeah, in bullet, you want to have some safety, so you can never blunder that easily.
Bishop b4, rook f1, and yeah, it makes sense. Jospem is just trying to trade pieces. He's up that 1 pawn, and he's down time, so that would make things easier.
Yes, he's trying really hard to get the queens off. I think for him it would be great to get the bishops off as well, but Paravyan keeping everything on the board.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. Queen g2? No, he finally concedes.
All right. Oh, wow, look at that. If you take an e7, there's knight h2. Knight h2.
I think he was expecting knight e3 takes d1, but this is so unpleasant. So he can just go knight check, and then make another move.
I don't like the fact that he moved the rook from the second rank. It felt great there. Jose up a couple of pawns and up a few seconds. This should be his game.
Mm-hmm.
It's coming down to the wire, though. Oh, there goes the bishop. And that's going to make... Wow, and Jose takes a 5-point lead. Amon, this is looking bad for Paravyan. He needs a win right here.
Yep. I would say this is the moment. That's pretty much in line with what I've always said about these matches. Paravyan will need a win right here. He's down by 5, and if you just think about how long 5 bullet games takes to play, that's pretty much 10 minutes right there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Now, fortunately for him, I mean, again, if he wins 3 games and starts the last game with 1 second on the clock, he still has a chance. And I like what he's doing in this game. He's attacking on the king side, but you have to be careful. That queen might get trapped somehow. Rook b4, setting up g5.
Yeah, the knight's coming in, but is it actually a serious threat? There's rook b4, yeah.
Okay. The computer's pointing out knight f4, but yeah, okay, g5, yeah, there goes the rook.
So takes, and then rook takes e5, knight e2 is just madness. Might work.
Right, he played king h1 instead. Jose is winning here, but he is way down on the clock. Queen g3, I think a nice move to trade the queens off.
Yeah, that's a really smart move. King h2, rook f1, and then the a pawn goes.
Right, the knight, I don't know how I feel about that one. David's still in this one, and he has a small lead on the clock.
Yeah, g4 though. King g3, rook f2.
G4 and king g3. Yeah. Can Jose get it done here, or is Paravyan going to start that comeback? Amon, I don't know about Jose's technique here. Yeah.
I'm impressed by Paravyan, so I guess now the queen happens, and black always has very good winning chances here.
Yeah, but you have a lot of checks here with white. Oh, I think he should have taken the pawn and trust that maybe he could get it done.
Wow.
Okay, Jose up on time. But
Black needs
Paravyan
to
has
get
the
just
extra
one
pawn.
check.
He gets the queen now. Is he gonna? Yeah, he's gonna get it done because Jose
Amazing.
couldn't pre-move.
Well, hey, for the people that are just excited for a nail biter finish, that's definitely going to be a good result for those fans. It's 7.5 to 3.5 here. There's just over 8 minutes left. Yes, it is still possible for there to be a comeback. As we always remind you guys, it is win by 2. So David only needs to put together 2 more wins and then just be playing the next game after that.
Yeah, I like his position here in this Caro-Kann. White has a lot of space, but wait, there apparently a mistake was made. Oh yeah, there goes the A-pawn.
Yeah. A4, A3, A2. It's hard to stop.
Yeah, we know Jose is a tactical player, but I feel like also his maneuvering is pretty good.
Yeah, he's definitely aware. Like Rook G8, that's a move to just get rid of any knight takes G6 because he knows he's got the pressure on the other side.
Yeah, King D7. The king is very safe there in the center. There goes a pawn, though, which is a bit of a pity, but it's really not the end of the world.
Yeah, he's going to get H4. He wants, maybe king up to H3 in the future. Oh, that's a surprising move.
Okay, Jose definitely still better. He's going to try to move his queen over to the king side. Maybe queen D8. Although they might allow a second C4. Yeah, and
Yeah, that's a good call. Yeah, it doesn't matter what the engine thinks of that sacrifice. I feel like you have to.
Yeah, you just got to go for it. All right, so D5, same thing. You just got to go for it. Open up the center, and it's making Jose spend time. Queen takes C3. Jose, way down on time here, 11 seconds.
Yeah, he's thinking a bit too much. Queen, got to keep the queens on the board.
And, okay, Jose was happy with a draw there, I think just because of the match situation. He's finally finding the speed.
Yep.
Queen E4. He's going to win the knight. He might still have enough time to get this done.
Oh, Rook D1 actually helped him, I think.
And now you can pre-move A1 queen. Yeah, and
C5, C6. Oh, his pre-moves are not good.
Oh, is it going to be enough to get the win done?
I think so.
Oh, it's stalemate.
He saves a stalemate. Honestly, not the worst result for Jose losing. If David Paravyan winning that would be obviously pretty bad for the mounting comeback. But wow, the fact that we saw a stalemate there is just insane.
Incredible, yeah. But I think Jose cannot be too upset. He really let his clock run very low. Yeah, he just got a little unlucky there with that. The pre-moves ended in a stalemate.
That's right. Yeah, the king was, if it was just the other way, that it was, black's turn instead of white's turn, obviously it would have come with a check and probably would have pre-moved mate.
Right. In the meantime, I like Jose's position here. The pawn on D5 is vulnerable. Rook D1. How do you defend it? I think you just don't. Knight takes D5. Oh, take it.
C4 is happening and the pawn's falling.
Yeah, and there it goes. I mean, Aman, with 5 minutes on the clock, I think if Jose wins this one, the match is over.
Yeah, it definitely feels like that. Because not only will he be up to a 5-point lead, but he'll also eat a lot of time before that even happens.
Yeah, trading of the queens here. Knight C7. Oh, it was missed. Still up a pawn here with a good position.
Rook B5. Yeah, you can't do any of those trades.
Yeah, just trade and try to. Yeah, he's also up a couple seconds in the end game. Okay, Paravyan fighting back here though. Time is evened out.
Yep. I think he's done a good job. White doesn't really care about that C-pawn, I feel.
Okay, 97. Okay. I feel like maybe still slightly easier for White in the time scramble.
Should be,
4, pick up the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
But he's down a second or two. Jose might be feeling a little nervous here. I don't know. Check. Check.
Checks everywhere. 92.
Oh, there was 94. I think he should have gone 94 to get the rooks off. Paravyan might take this one. He's got a nice lead on the clock. No, he's gonna win. Jose is not gonna get it done.
Don't underestimate that speed.
What? And Jose saves the draw with 0.1 seconds on the clock. Why the Paravyan trade of the rooks?
I do not know. Everything happens and just goes crazy when you're down to your last seconds and pre-moving. Hard to really give advice there, but I think you're exactly right. There's just no need for rook c3, rook c2. If anything, like literally any other move would have won. Any other move.
Wow. Yeah. Now, Jose's got a 4-point lead with 3 minutes on the clock. I mean, I think it's all just a little too late for Paravyan. With a win there, maybe there was still a chance.
With a win there, I think there's absolutely a chance because then it's within 3. He's playing right now. This match finishes before the match clock runs out. But, I mean, it's all shoulda, woulda, coulda because it does not apply right now. This is going to be a match win for Jose. Even if he loses this, it's just, as you said, too little, too late.
Yeah, he's sacrificed the exchange here, but he's got nice compensation because the white king is always going to be exposed.
Mm-hmm.
Don't like the queen trade, though. Now David's kind of safe.
He is, but the position is also going to be really solid, kind of easy to play.
Yeah, and he can milk a lot of time off the clock.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, so yeah, let's see. I mean, David might get a win here, but yeah, it's just not enough. He needed to win that game, and then, like you said, he would have been in it.
I'm actually not even sure that I'd prefer to be white here. It's so easy to play for black.
Right, black is very safe here. Maybe just trade in h5. Although the rook, I feel like the rooks are better in time scrambles, because the bishop, it can only move on one color, whereas the rook can easily move around. 5.
Yep. Okay, push the pawns on the dark squares. Pretty good technique here from Paravyan, I have to say.
I feel like this should be a win for white because black can't... Oh, there goes the pawn! Oh, 3 seconds for Jose, though. I don't think he's going to hold.
Yeah, I feel like he's probably got it now. Wow.
Yeah, all right. So a win for Paravyan, but it's just all a little too late because now he's down 3. Jose can just milk a little bit of time, and then, yeah, it's going to be... even if Paravyan wins, it's going to be 2, but then the match will be over.
That's right. Yeah, I don't think it will matter. Obviously, a minute on the match clock. Yeah, quite literally, Jose can just kind of sit there. Once he gets, a few more moves in, he can just sit there and win the match.
Yeah, and I feel like Jose, he's not caring too much about what's going on the board right now. He's just making sure to get those moves in. And then, yeah, at some point, he'll look over to the match clock and he'll realize, like, hey, we got this in the bag.
That's right. That's right. And we do still have more matches upcoming from a few players, but specifically here from Jose. He will move on with this victory. And unfortunately for David Paravyan, he is going to be eliminated from the Bullet Chess Championship, which means there's only going to be one player remaining from the qualifiers.
Yeah, I mean, a very strong showing by David Paravyan, but I feel overall Jose the deserving winner. He was always ahead in this one. But yeah, I feel like if just a couple of games had gone David's way, it could have been, perhaps been his match.
Yeah, this definitely was a great performance by Jose, but Paravyan had a few games like, where he spent 10 seconds on the camera and a few time scrambles that didn't go his way. He was like up a rook and didn't win one. So I feel like Jose did a great job for a number of reasons, but one that stands out to me is the time scrambles. He saved so many draws, so many half points extra that it felt like he had no shot of saving.
Yeah, and I remember at the very beginning, he was completely lost in his rook endgame, down 4 pawns, and he actually managed to win with that one pawn he had. And that one might have been crucial because that gave him a 2-point lead instead of the match being even.
And I think this one is all but over. And
Look at
wow,
Jospem.
little chess boxing showcase there from your winner of this match, Jose Martinez, who's been on a winning streak lately, coming off that match against Kramnik as well, and takes out David Paravyan here in the Bullet Chess Championship, and we will see more from Jose today as we look at our bracket here. Bach, we have Nihal Sarin against Alireza Firouzja. That match is coming up next, but we have the new match created in Sam Sevian against Jose Martinez. What do you think?
Yeah, that's actually a rematch from round number 1 of the winner's bracket. Jose lost that one to Sam Sevian, who has been very impressive in this Bullet Chess Championship. I feel like Jose might have not been fully warmed up in that one. Now that he is, I really don't know who's going to win in that affair.
Yeah, it's a really unpredictable format, this Bullet Chess. But I do think if we're looking on paper, the favorites, I think, of those two matches did end up going through in Firouzja and Jose Martinez. We have Nihal Sarin against Alireza Firouzja. That's the next matchup. But we will not end the day without seeing Jose Martinez and Sam Sevian in action. So Firouzja against Sarin in the Bullet Chess Championships right after this break. We'll be right back.
This June, kick off the summer with some of your favorite chess bots. Have some fun with old friends, or maybe someone new. Play them all on Chess.com.
Recuerdo una vez que le gané a Firouzja y a Hikaru seguidos y al final ni cobré ese torneo porque perdí con tal y cual y no cobré séptimo, octavo, décimo, ¿no? Y hay torneos donde le gano a mucha gente que tiene menos elo que yo, seguido, me tocan buenos pareos y le gano a un Super GM al final o le empato y cobro y campeono y piensan que por ese torneo pues, o sea, pues no sé, hice trampas porque no debería pasar eso, pero tuve los resultados fueron lo normal, ¿no? En el papel debió pasar eso y la partida clave, la crítica, pues la jugué muy bien y consolidé esa buena performance, ¿no? Creo que en octubre gané los 2 Title Tuesdays un día y fue en esa fecha que se jugó el Grand Swiss, donde 100 grandes maestros estaban jugando el torneo Grand Swiss y en un torneo donde había casi ningún gran maestro fuerte, entre comillas. Enero creo que estuve casi todos los Title Tuesdays en Zoom. Me invitó a Chess.com y pues estuve en Zoom con 2 cámaras y en 2 oportunidades cobré. En una quedé segundo, en una estuve a punto de campeonar y fallé rematar una partida porque tuve mucha presión. Y aún así, en Zoom tuve mejores resultados que fuera de Zoom. Entonces, un poco indignado que sea de los pocos que está acá, porque si van... A mí me gustaría que hagan eso, que pongan Zoom a todos, ¿no? Pero bueno, aún así yo les dije, yo puedo jugar en la Antártida, en los Alpes, desnudo, con 80 rayos X. Si un día me levanto bien y estoy jugando bien, voy a ganarlo, sea como sea al final. Hagan lo que hagan, o sea, y si me levanto un día mal y no estoy viendo nada, voy a perder con cualquiera al final, o sea, nadie va a confiar al final, la gente que no confía va a seguir desconfiando hasta que, pues, no sé, hasta que juegues, yo qué sé, desnudo y ya ese sería el punto, ya, el fin, ¿no? O sea, ya si es que eso no se prueba, ya no hay nada que hacer, o sea, nunca va a haber confianza, ¿no?
Obviously, don't go and do that.
Hey, you do whatever you like.
We can't condone anything of the sort.
No, we can't live!
Blink and you'll miss it. This year's Speed Chess season kicks off with the annual Bullet Chess Championship. 16 of the world's fastest players are fighting it out for $100,000 in the most exciting time control in chess.
Oh my goodness!
For Hikaru Nakamura, his 5th Bullet Chess Championship title feels almost inevitable.
This guy's just a beast.
For Firouzja, he's trying to recreate his flow from 2021.
This is the champion.
But in order to win, one must go through a gauntlet of the best players in the world. Get ready for time scrambles and death slams, brilliancies and blunders. Lock in, the Bullet Chess Championship fires off right now.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Bullet Chess Championship. Bach is back with me, and we are getting set up for Nihal Sarin against Alireza Firouzja in the losers quarterfinals as we take a look at the bracket.
Yeah, so let's have a look at him on. Right now we have Hikaru chilling in the grand final. He's just waiting. Yep. And let's see who's going to come out. We have in the losers quarterfinals Nihal Sarin against Alireza Firouzja and Sam Sevian against Jose Martinez. Aman, we know that Hikaru is in a class of his own, but these players really feel like the best of the rest. I mean, who do you have in this one between Nihal and Firouzja?
Yeah, I think the thing about Nihal is the only reason he's here, and a lot of people have the same situation, is that he lost to Hikaru. And, you know, a loss to Hikaru is like almost expected for most of these players. He is the best in this format, but a lot of people just don't show their best. They don't look their best when they're up against Hikaru. So let's just not forget that Nihal is often 3250, pushing 3300 on the website. Like literally one of the highest rated players. I often see him ranked top 3, top 5 overall. He just always performs. So I actually think going by ratings, he might be a slight favorite here, Bach. What do you think?
Yeah, we see Nihal, he's weighing in with a bullet rating over 3,200, whereas Firouzja's around 3,150. But let's have a look at Nihal's statistics. He was a runner-up in a 2022 Chess.com Global Championship. He also was a gold medalist on the Team India team in the Chess Olympiad in 2020. He won the 2020 World Youth Rapid, and he is a 2-time SCC semi-final finalist. So even at the young age of 19, he is an online veteran among.
Yeah, he's like not just in the prodigy phenomenon stage. He's really established himself participating in all of these Bullet Chess Championship, SCCs as well. And that peak rating over 3,400 makes him very, very scary. But that peak rating is actually nothing compared to what Alireza Firouzja brings to the table. How crazy is it that he's actually up against someone who has peaked in Bullet at over 3,500? Believe me, it's a very, very short list of people on the entire website, on the entire planet, who have that feather in their cap, as we see Alireza Firouzja here. He is your Chess.com Classic champion for 2024. He's also won this exact event in 2021, your Bullet Chess champion. And yes, Hikaru was participating. He plays the Bullet Chess Championship regularly, Bach, so that will definitely lend him, in terms of the experience category, maybe a slight advantage over Nihal there.
Yeah, and it's already his 6th appearance, which is crazy to think about. And yeah, you were talking about players over 3,500. The only players I can think of are Hikaru, Firouzja, and Danya, or is there someone else as well?
Yeah, the only other name that really comes to mind is Andrew Tang. I don't know everyone's peak ratings, but believe me, like 3,500 is out of this world. You could name a top 5 player in Bullet, and they might not have hit 3,500. There's Alireza. He's looking very relaxed, I have to say. Nihal, I feel like when I look at him, he's always like laser focused and honestly kind of intimidating, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, whereas Firouzja, he looks unfazed in the back. Okay, the fair play proctor is like, please do a room sweep, show your room. You know, that's what he's doing right now. Nihal might have already done that. So yeah, this one is going to be exciting. I'm a little bit curious. I mean, we saw that Firouzja won the 2021 Bullet Chess Championship. Do you feel like perhaps back then he was stronger in Bullet than he is right now?
That's interesting. I definitely think one thing that is true is that over the years, there have emerged stronger and stronger Bullet Chess players. And a lot of the young players have sort of come into their own. These are your past Bullet Chess champions. So it's been the Hikaru Nakamura show every single time. But Alireza won in 2021 and had to get past Hikaru in order to claim that victory. So that's the one moment where someone was able to remind Hikaru that, he is the absolute best, but just not this year, not this match. That's been a very, very hard thing to do. But I think that the Bullet pool is getting stronger over the years, Bach. What do you think?
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, Nihal is also a player who has emerged as one of the absolute top players in Bullet. But yeah, if Firouzja brings his A game, I mean, he can beat anyone. I mean, we saw he beat Nakamura also in 2021. So This is going to be absolute fire, Aman. That being said, I have to give the slight edge to Nihal just by rating. I mean, he outrates him by like 60, 70 points.
Yeah, this match also does take place in the losers bracket. So once again, even though this is a matchup that we could easily imagine, this is the finals or something. No, it is in the losers bracket, which once again means that one of these players will be eliminated in 30 minutes time. They still have to win by 2, but yeah, unfortunately, Bach, this is a high-pressure matchup. It's not like you're in the winner's bracket, you lose, you have another chance. Nope, the loser goes home here.
Yeah, they're down to their last life, and like I said, only 30 minutes, so you want to get off to a good start. 30 minutes is still a decent chunk of time, but we saw in that match between Martinez and Paravyan, where I felt like perhaps Paravyan got tilted a little early on, things didn't go his way, and he never quite got into the match.
That's right. Yeah, it's important in this 30-minute format that you don't get off to a poor start. And I feel like most players have ensured that. One thing I know about Nihal is, I'll play him from time to time on Chess.com, but I'll never have a really long match with Nihal because I feel like right when he feels like maybe I can get a win or two, like he's done playing. And he's such a professional that way, which is why he's rated so high. So many times I'll play someone in Bullet and I won't know when to stop. Like I'm just playing and playing, but I feel like he knows those moments where his opponent is, maybe starting to get the momentum. But now in this 30-minute format, you get to see Nihal playing one opponent over and over. And honestly, so far in the competition, I mean, he went up against Hikaru, but other than that, I think he's really shown that that's a strong suit of his as well.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, in those matches, he just wants to farm a few points of you and then run away. But yeah, he's had a decent showing so far. He lost against Hikaru by 7 points. He narrowly got past Andrew Tang, and before that, he beat Fabiana Caruana. So a decent showing so far by Nihal. Whereas Firouzja, it's been a bit of a bumpy ride. He got knocked out of the winners bracket in the second round by Sevian with a landslide. He lost with a 9-point deficit.
Yeah, and let's also remember as we look at the bracket to see those previous matchups that Nihal beating Andrew Tang, like that matchup, first of all, was extremely close, win by 2 match, but that one right there tells me that Nihal is in the upper echelon of Bullet players. Andrew Tang is like a world-class Bullet player, so to beat a guy like that, definitely something that you can look at as signs of encouragement.
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit about the styles of the players. I feel like Firouzja is just he's a little bit more aggressive, whereas Nihal, he likes his systems just like Hikaru, knight f3, b3, you name it, and he's really good at maneuvering.
Yeah, it's interesting. I do feel like Nihal Sarin, I end up complaining about this when I play him because he's just so damn good at it, but he's one of those guys that if I'm thinking, who's like the fastest Bullet player, so many Bortnik, Tang, even Firouzja, Danya, these names come to mind, but it's actually Nihal. Nihal is actually insanely fast, but he does it in a way that you don't feel like he's making reckless pre-moves. So I don't know how he does it. But Nihal Sarin is absolutely one of the fastest guys on Chess.com.
Yeah, and as we speak, the players are getting ready. They're both locked in. Nihal looking, he is looking a little more focused, I guess, where, if you will, whereas Firouzja, he looks unfazed, like he doesn't really care.
Yeah, that's been his look so far. I was going to say that pawn's probably making an appearance on the h4 square, and the systems that you talked about, we already see one here with the black pieces. Kind of an early h5, h4, but I wonder, is this actually good?
I don't think so. I really like Firouzja's position. He's up a pawn. He can take the pawn in g3 as well, but Nihal having the lead on the clock.
Yeah, g3 pawn is done for, and that's a lot of pawns to be down early on. I know it's 2 bishops against 2 knights, but just look at the pawns as well. It favors the knights.
Yeah, the position is fairly close. Now, knight e4 is a nice move for the knight on g3. Rook d3, also a good move by Firouzja. But, the time situation is a little bit concerning.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, Nihal somehow is up 10 seconds when it feels like the guys have been playing like move for move.
But the thing is, now the moves are getting tough for Nihal, and that reflects in the time as well. I mean, knight f5. If you take the rook on d4, there's knight c7. And if you take the knight, you take on d7, and then the bishop on e7.
Amazing. Yeah, it looks like you could take the knight, and then the other knight is hanging, but e7 also drops, which is a problem.
Nihal hanging in there, given the fact that he is up on time. This one is not over yet.
Yeah, the white queen wants to snake its way into the position, so... Yeah, queen g3, operating on the dark squares here. That's how you handle
rook d8 and queen h4. Yeah, the Firouzja is going to get it done. Black's getting checkmated.
Yep.
All right, so Firouzja wins the first game. Do you think Nihal blitzed that opening out a little bit too fast?
Yeah, I don't actually know now that I'm thinking back to it. It looked like a good start, getting the knight there, getting h4, but Firouzja just turned that around. This position right here, so Nihal came out with b3. I've actually seen this before. I think it's really easy for white to play personally, but Alireza knows to give up that f7 pawn and play against the e3 pawn.
Yeah, he played bishop takes f7 so fast. So either he found it very quickly, or he either knew about this line, right? Sometimes the players get positions on the board that they have like hundreds of games experience with. Firouzja, again, going way down on the clock.
Yeah, I'm wondering, is this taking on h3, is that just a draw, or...
Nihal doesn't pick up the challenge. Now Firouzja is comfortable on the board, but the clock is still concerning.
Mm-hmm. This is a good recovery for him, though, especially because if he trades a pair of rooks here, the other trade is actually guaranteed if he wants it.
Yeah, so we get into a rook endgame, which looks a little bit more pleasant for Nihal, given the fact that the black pawns are a little weak. Oh, he's winning a pawn here. Rook f5, rook c7. This should be one for Nihal, given the time.
Very clever. Now, the problem for white is if the black rook gets, well, I was going to say down to e2, but rook to c4 is so smart.
Yeah, great technique here by Nihal. Take on g4 looks pretty clean, or b5, and Nihal evens it up. Yeah, I mean, it is a bit concerning for Firouzja that he's just so easily 10 seconds behind.
Yep. Okay, decides to go for bishop takes c6. You know, a lot of times in bullet chess, it becomes easier to make an early trade. That way, like, your piece is not sitting out there where maybe it could be attacked by a pawn at any moment. So it makes your whole position easier to pre-move as a result.
Yeah, for sure. And we see Nihal once again taking a lead on the clock. The moves just seem to come to him slightly more natural than Firouzja. Knight f5, queen f6.
It's kind of amazing that Firouzja has this style. We saw it in the statistics before his last match. We also see it now. He's always slower than his opponents, but he can flag people as well. It's crazy.
Yeah, he's crazy fast in the time scrambles. He is down the exchange here, but interesting practical compensation with the white king being a little exposed on d2.
F4 is just hanging.
Oh, yeah, he could have taken that one. Now I like, okay, you've taken the queen, you hang f4, so maybe you take with the pawn?
Yeah.
Taking too much time, I feel like.
Okay, it's 5 seconds here.
Yeah, that's definitely not insurmountable, but it's something. Taking h3 maybe, or queen d4, or that.
Yeah, queen d4 looked.
Oh, queen f6, young maid.
Wow.
What was that?
Oh, that's such a terrible situation because queen f6 was not even checkmate if it was blundered. Like queen f6 as a move is only mate because the queen went to f8.
Right, it would have been better to pass there. If Nihal played a very early f3. Was that a mouse slip or something? Now I actually do like his position.
Queen a4 hanging d3, but you tend to get these pawns back. f5 is a really good move to take advantage of the king on f2.
Yeah, but to me, I mean, it still seems concerning that Firouzja falls 10 seconds behind on the clock so easily. I mean, he's won 2 games at the beginning, but that cannot, it cannot go right for too long.
Yeah, it's just, that's one of those things that anyone who's watching him play is like, you're a great player. Why don't you just play all those great moves a little bit faster?
Right. G4 by Nihal hitting the knight. Rook d7 now looks a little annoying. Or maybe this check and like h4, and the black king could be stuck in a mating that. Rook d6 is a big threat.
Yeah, that's right. Take with check on b2 feels right, but then the king goes to g3.
Maybe just take on c6. Objectively, I guess this is a draw, but just a little bit more pleasant for white.
Absolutely. Rook b6 is a very good move, but this is all
G5,
white.
Nice move. You can go into... Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say knight takes g5.
Or king h5. Yeah, I was going to say you can go into rook and knight versus rook, but it's tough to hold that in bullet.
Wow, king g6 instead of rook takes g7 is very, very clever. I would have rushed and taken on g7 with check, for sure.
A great find there by Nihal to even up the score, and he's once again playing a modern defense. Very provocative stuff here in the opening.
Yeah, he's trying to get e5 to happen. I mean, Ali Reza says, sure, I'm happy with that as well. But that's kind of the point of these systems, is you want white to almost overextend, but I mean, that's a free piece. That's a full piece. Completely missed it.
Yeah, he just hung the knight in the middle of the board. He gets only 1 pawn, though, for it. This has to be a win for Firouzja, because also, I mean, the time is not looking... I mean, again, he's falling quite far behind on the clock.
Yeah, I think there's no way anything changes. So that's something for us to get used to just over the whole match. That's not going anywhere.
And Nihal has picked up a second pawn. I mean, still, Firouzja's pieces are so active that it's going to be... Oh, there goes the rook. Just take it.
Ooh, he takes on f7.
Okay, queen h4. Looks like a nice move.
Knight c7.
But knight c7, great move, hitting the rook in the pawn on e6.
Wow, rook g7, knight e6, bishop c3, like you name it, it's threatened.
This looks tough. Queen d4. Okay, what is the move now? I don't know. Maybe knight e6. Both players have 20 seconds. Oh, that was not it.
Wow, he set that trap up, didn't he?
Nice trap there by Nihal, who also
So
goes ahead on the clock. Now, queen takes e6, and he's just winning. Taking f7. Move the...
Rook f8. I can barely keep up with the tactics here. Bishop b8. What?
And Nihal takes the lead. Wow, let's see how Firouzja recovers from this, but Firouzja definitely has to try to catch up on the clock.
Yep. Yeah, this is it's just his style. So it's kind of the live by the sword, die by the sword mentality. When you see him constantly down like that and losing, then you look at that and you're like, well, we should probably fix that. But as soon as he starts winning all these games, you're like, okay, I guess that's just his style. He feels comfortable going down that time because he knows he'll make it up later.
The more I look at it, though, the more I have to give credit to Nihal. I mean, he blitzed out that opening so quickly with, like, either the hovering or the pre-moves. He knew exactly what to do. So it might not be Firouzja being slow. I think it's more Nihal being extremely fast.
Yeah, this is what I was trying to say leading up to this match, was that Nihal is one of the fastest players that I've faced, but he does it in a way that it doesn't feel like he's playing that quick. But then you look at the clock and you're always down 10 seconds. It's incredible, really.
Right. I mean, maybe it's like maybe the moves. I guess the moves itself are good, but not like super impressive in the sense that he's not blowing you away with sacrifices, but he's slowly needling at you with these small improving moves and making them at a very very fast speed.
Mm-hmm. Okay, knight e5. Now d3, d2 happens very fast.
Yeah, move the king, and yeah, he's got a very clear plan. I mean, maybe you can probably pre-move d3 here.
Yep.
And there we have it. Yep. Knight e3 is coming. This should be a win for Firouzja because there's no more checks now.
And everything happens with check.
Yeah. All right. We see a little head shake there by Nihal. Yeah, tough loss. Yeah, I feel like for Nihal, if he can keep the position even, then he should always have good chances because he always has a lead on the clock.
Yep, that's right. G3 H4, but it seems like black is achieving E5. Wonder if he's going to go for it.
Yeah, Queen E3, nice move there by Firouzja, provoking F5. Queen E2 hitting E6. Wow, but you
F4.
can't. He's just going for the queen sack.
Wow, that's fun.
And knight takes D5, and bishop E3 is there. Oh.
Yeah, both of these guys, I think, saw the exact same thing. Firouzja down on time, as usual.
Yeah, okay. D5 hitting the knight. I like Firouzja's chances here. Everything is nicely defended. He's got a lot of pieces for the queen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the D-pawn is the most important asset that he has right now.
Yeah, queen C5, nice centralizing move. Queen F2. How does Firouzja entangle here?
Yeah, rook D3 could be played.
Bishop C6, nice move by Nihal. And look at the clock, 18 seconds for Firouzja.
Yeah, you almost want to play like bishop F7 to make some threats there.
So does Firouzja. This looks tough on the board for Nihal, but he's got that lead on the clock. He's not going to take the draw, right?
No.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Okay, I feel like he should have this one, given the fact that he's up so much time.
Yep.
Oh, but knight D1?
Knight
D1, and how do you stop rook D8? Rook E8. Is that it? I think that's it. There's no bishop C6. Oh, but Nihal finds a way to keep the game going.
Amazing.
Can he pull off the flag here? I'd say no, because Firouzja gets some easy pre-moves now.
Yeah, I would play rook E8, by the way. That would be my...
Yeah. And king G6 and push the A-pawn up, and now you just pre-move everything.
Yeah.
Great stuff there by Firouzja, who takes the lead in the match.
Oof, this is so close. 17 minutes remaining in this match. The losers, quarterfinals. Remember, of course, it's a win by 2. It's 4-3 for Alireza, but this feels so tense just watching this.
Yeah, for sure. If you're Nihal, though, you gotta feel like you have good chances, because every game he's up on time, but he can't quite put those games away. Firouzja hangs in there, and he catches up in the time scrambles.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, this game is another example of time probably being very relevant here, as we see both players a bit more eager to put their pawns on light squares, because, yeah, the bishops just can't attack them. I think if anyone has a nice position here, initially I was going to say Alireza, but the bishop doesn't have a lot of squares it can go to.
Yeah, I feel like this should just be a draw. The question is it going to be a draw, though, or will one of the players find a way to spice things up?
Mm-hmm.
Nah, I think they're just going to repeat very soon now. Yeah, they're just going to go back and forth.
Yeah, got to go back and forth here with the amount of time. But hey, if anyone's playing for something, I would always say that it's the black pieces, because you've got that pawn on F4. A huge win for the black pieces.
Yeah, all right. So we're off to the next game. Firouzja still having that 1-point lead. You know, Aman, maybe in that last game he could have milked some more time off the clock.
Mm-hmm. That's true. I feel like at this point nobody is that interested. Because, I mean, how much of a fool do you look if you're there intentionally wasting time with a 1-point lead? I mean, that lead evaporates next game, and suddenly you're begging for that time back.
Right, exactly. Yep. Nihal once again being up 10, or he was up 10 seconds, but Firouzja takes his time, finds a good move, and now has the advantage on the board.
Yeah, b3 is the move that everyone wants to play after bishop a2, but a5, a4 is the intention. This is so weird because the bishop's trapped, but you also can't attack it.
Yeah, a really funny scene. Oh, wait, do you have bishop takes b3 by... Nah, that's not a thing, right? I like this much better. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, rook. Okay, yeah, I was going to say rook c1 runs into knight. Oh, actually, it doesn't run into knight d3.
Bishop f8 check now, because bishop b4 runs the c... Oh, I guess c5 you just take everything and take an a2. Wow.
What the heck? b4? Yeah, I was going to say, you got to keep that pawn.
Uh-oh, but that c-pawn runs super fast up the board. How do you stop it? I don't see it. c6?
Every square is
oh, that's a nice move. c6 next.
Very nice move.
Yeah. Oh, wow. And Firouzja opens up a 2-point lead.
Okay. This game is pretty crucial right here. If Alireza was to go up 3 games, that's kind of a statement. And remember, when it's so momentum-based, these bullet matches, just jumping out to that early lead can mean quite a lot, as we're now past the halfway point of this match.
Yeah, Nihal going very aggressive here against Grunfeld. I really like it, driving that pawn all the way up to h6, which is always going to give Black a headache on the king side.
Yeah, the pawn on e5 and the pawn on h6 work really well together. The bishop on h8 is fully trapped, so although you can kind of imagine, wait a minute, the knight on d7, if it goes to d5, Black has a great position. It might look great, but you're down a piece. Bishop on h8 is not part of the game.
Queen f3 looks really tough to defend against. Now f5, okay. I mean, it feels like Black's position is about to collapse. Bishop d6, nice move, hitting the pawn.
Yeah, just rook b1, rook c1. Yeah, I think you just play up a piece. Like, take that, yeah.
And now, literally, he still needs to finish it off, though, but he also has the lead on the clock. Oh, is that rook c7? Take rook g7? He's looking at it. Oh, rook c8 might be even better.
That's also very nice.
Rook c7?
Yeah, now you can play rook c7, and it's not as fancy of a move, and probably just as effective.
Yeah, but why is he taking... He took a lot of time for that one. Oh, rook, queen e7 you take. Yeah, that's king h2? This should be it. Because you're throwing checkmate on f7 and h7.
Yeah,
right,
there's
Nihal...
too much to cover.
Yeah, my bad. But yeah, Nihal cuts the deficit down to 1 point.
Mm-hmm. Okay, what do we have here? Ooh, bishop takes on f5. So it's dark squares versus light squares in this position, but so many pawns loose. Whoa, what's going on? I would take that.
I don't know how I feel about that g5 push. It feels way too loose, and now the king is very exposed. Take a knight f3 maybe? Or knight f3 right away?
Interesting. Knight g6, g5 is hanging.
Take? Can you take? And queen g7? Where's the
and maybe like rook e6 at the end. Mm-hmm.
Nice move by Firouzja, planning to double up the rooks, or rook takes g6.
Exactly, yeah. You have everything, like queen takes h7, c6 even.
Bishop f6, GG. Great game by Firouzja, and he opens up a 2-point lead once again.
Yeah, really, really impressive. Impressive game there. Nihal, for some reason, like, he has 1 or 2 openings that he plays just as quickly as his other ones, but they're actually just not good. Like, that's the thing about Nihal, is you never know when he's kind of bluffing. Like, he plays everything super fast, so it's hard to tell when, oh, wait, this is the one where I'm actually completely winning.
Yeah, no, exactly. I feel like Nihal is struggling a little bit with Black against 24, so I feel like that's where Firouzja needs to keep putting pressure on him.
Yep. Interesting. These knights are actually a little bit clumsy on b3 and c5. I was expecting queen c7 and b6. That knight will be kicked out.
Yeah, I like Firouzja's position here. Up, no wait, not up a pawn, but he's got the bishop pair, more pawns in the middle. Okay, there goes the d5 pawn though.
Oops. and the e4 pawn.
Yeah, okay, but some loose pieces here. Queen. Oh, yeah, there goes another pawn.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there's no. Yeah, I can't make any discovered attacks or checks work.
Yeah, with that pawn on h7, there was rook takes c4 and bishop g6, but okay. Anyway, let's see what's going on here. Nihal up 3 pawns and up a couple seconds on the clock.
I think he's trying to set up like bishop takes b3 here or something, but white can just play a takes b3.
Yeah, no, exactly. Queen d3, wait. There was something. I don't know what, though.
h4, not quite hanging.
Okay, rook d2. Still not over. Firouzja hanging in there. Okay.
Wow, what a move.
Take. But look at the clock, come on, and Nihal should have this one in the back.
Yeah, 96.
Oh, there goes the queen!
Oh,
not over yet,
goodness.
though. Yeah, but with 1 second on the clock, it's just asking for a little too much.
Yeah, it's like I was both shocked by the move, but then also he probably stopped focusing because he absolutely knew that even the most insane blunder of a full queen was still not enough. He was going to win.
All right, so 1 point lead for Firouzja. I like what Nihal is doing in this game. He's got more space in the center. He's got the bishop pair. And yeah, Firouzja's attack is not that effective yet on the king side.
Yeah, g5, g6 though. Okay, bishop b4, huge idea. I would just rather be white though. Just feels like in a bullet game, I'd rather be the one launching this nice attack.
f6, g5, nice stuff by Nihal, completely cementing the king side. And now those pawns can easily turn into weaknesses.
Where was that attack? I was just so happy. Not 2 moves ago. Where did it go? Where's that attack?
Yeah, bishop f7, perhaps at the right moment, picking up the pawn on h5. Now, Nihal doing great here, and look at the clock.
Bishop h3 for many moves. There it is.
And Nihal is going to even up the score. I mean, up 15 seconds, up the exchange. This is his game.
Yep. Yeah, this is over. g4 happens, or knight d6, king g4.
So, no, I'm telling you, like, Firouzja is hanging in there, but I feel like if he keeps getting 10 seconds behind on the clock in every game, it's that's not going to go well for too long.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I do agree, especially as someone that suffers from the same condition.
Yeah. All right, so knight b5. I feel like Firouzja here doing very fine, though, with the 2 bishops, more pawns in the center. And the time is approximately even. Oh, it's a free pawn.
Bishop on h2 is terrible. Yeah, it's just doing absolutely nothing. White, I don't know, at some point needs to almost play like c5 just to open that bishop's diagonal, but I don't see it happening.
Queen c6, nice move, hitting g2 and c4. There goes the pawn. Firouzja doing a great job after the loss to steady the ship here.
Mm-hmm. Bishop b2 can be thrown in.
Yeah, okay, he can pick up another pawn right now, and so he does.
At what point do you get desperate to activate your h2 bishop? It's just sitting there, suffering.
I mean, Firouzja, I'm sure he's looking at a win here, but it doesn't exist. Oh, f5 and bishop c5 looks nasty. Oh, knight takes f3. Oh, no. Wait, knight f2, clever move to hang in.
Mm-hmm.
But this looks so... Oh, that was practically made. Knight d1 was the only move.
Yeah. Yep. That's a really tough loss there, and he jumps back in the lead. Alireza Firouzja 7.5 to 6.5 over Nihal Sarin. Wow.
Yeah, great game by Nihal. He did very well on the board and on the clock. Right now we see Nihal once again with an early lead up 5, almost 10 seconds, and I like his position.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Yeah, so 5 minutes, almost 6 minutes remaining. That's still plenty of time, especially when you remember the win by 2, which might be the most relevant right now in this particular match.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, for sure. So let's see. The next couple of games are going to be crucial. Firouzja doing a great job here launching an attack on the king side. Nihal, at some point, you would like to even up the score, though.
Yeah, you want to play knight h4 or knight g3, but it feels like Black always has an answer ready. I think the current intention is knight g3, Yep.
I don't like this by Nihal. Now everything is very loose on the king side, and there goes the h-pawn.
Yeah, you can take on...
Oh, h6. H6 is that... Oh, no, there's rook takes f2. Never mind. I would take on d2, and... this looks lost. King g3.
I wonder
I
if
don't
there
think
was
he's saving
rook
this
f2.
one.
Rook f2, king g1. It almost looked like it worked.
King h4, knight e5.
The knight is
still a4.
Yeah, almost Zugzwang, but the knight should just absolutely dominate the light square bishop here.
Wow, and Firouzja takes a 2-point lead with less than 5 minutes on the clock. Nihal needs to catch up very quickly here.
I think he was smart to resign that. You know that, the likelihood of you achieving a draw is probably not worth the 40 seconds that would be eaten off the match clock. So I think he makes the wise decision. There's 4 minutes left, lots of time for a couple more bullet games.
No, 100%. Yeah, he just needs to make up a 1-point deficit and then start the final game with 1 second left. Oh, he just hung the knight! That's
a knight.
Not a good start.
Oh my goodness. And you got to question, do you just resign now? I think you have to resign, no?
Yeah, I think you do. I mean, he can fight on, but he is going to lose. I mean, 35 seconds is a lot of time for a player of Firouzja's caliber.
I think you need to resign. Am I going to be eating those words? I don't know. Firouzja just does not look like he's going to mess this up.
No, I think you're right. I mean, c2, just take everything, and knight e2, yeah. And there we finally see the resignation, but he goes down 3 points with 3 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Amon, even if he wins this game, will it be enough? Or no, he still has a chance.
Definitely. Yeah, I think obviously a loss here is the end. If he draws this game, it will certainly not be enough. Yeah, so he absolutely has to win. That's clear, and wow. He's just not happy with the way he's playing here. You can see it in his expressions.
Yeah, I really like Firouzja's position, a nice attacking position. Yeah, you have to go bishop d7, but then you allow white to take on g6, rook c7. I think Firouzja's got the match in the back.
I would play g3 here.
Yeah, no, same.
Just not allow rook f4.
Okay, I mean, Firouzja... Yeah, he should not mess this one up. Even though he is down on the clock, so it's never over until it's over. But Firouzja does have that time scramble speed.
He does. Everything's also defended. f2, d4, b3. So the knight can start just hopping around, I think.
And Nihal needs a miracle here. If he loses this game, the match is over. But, I mean, 19 seconds for Firouzja, that's not a whole lot of time.
Very smart to just put the rook behind one pawn and advance it. I think that's the way to do it.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, is Nihal...
Oh, he can't repeat, though. What's he doing? That was very clever by Ali Reza. He was ahead, but he said, I'm happy to repeat. This will be very close. Very close.
There is still a chance for Nihal. If he wins this game, he might start one last game with a couple seconds on the clock that will give him the opportunity to cut that deficit into 1 point. And I like his position here.
Yep, I don't know. That's a close call. I understand what Ali Reza was doing because he was like, well, I don't think there's going to be enough time, but it's on a needle. It's so close to whether or not they'll be able to get another game if it goes to distance. Plus, Nihal has to win. That's another challenge.
Yeah, I mean, I liked Nihal's position, but not anymore. He is still up on time, though, so let's see if he can still make it happen. But yeah, right now it's still looking tough.
But Nihal keeps playing these games where he basically goes way up on time, but the position's not great.
Well, I feel like sometimes he does get a good position, but he doesn't. Perhaps he needs to slow down for a little bit.
That's a great example.
To find good moves, to avoid stuff like that.
Yeah, I think that's the match. But b5 pre-move is a little bit irresponsible because look how much time he was up. He was going to get another match with a win. There's no trophy for being up this much time. Unfortunately, if
rook c2,
the result's not going your way.
Okay, Firouzja is cleaning this one up. I don't think a miracle is going to happen. Black's moves are too easy here. Take it.
Oh, that's too bad.
Okay, and Firouzja takes a 4-point lead. Yeah, man, that's it.
Yep. They'll start another game, but it will not affect the overall result of this match. And he's going to resign.
I'm a little bit surprised that he resigned there. I mean, he could have also waited a couple seconds, then resign and get the match over with. But it seems like they're not playing a final game.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, we you see the two reactions on cam there as Alireza Firouzja defeats Nihal in the Bullet Chess Championship and moves on to the losers semifinal. When you're in the losers bracket, you have to win every single match. And Alireza moves on, which does mean that it is the end of Nihal's tournament. But what a performance by Nihal, but ultimately just almost too quick, to a detriment, it felt like, in this match.
Yeah, I mean, it goes to show that in Bullet, at certain moments, you need to take like a 1 or 2 second think to find the right moves. And he didn't quite pause at the right moments. And yeah, it backfired, and so Firouzja moves on. But Aman, we have another great matchup to look forward to.
Yeah, we do. This other matchup that we have, I think we've kind of all been sitting here waiting. When are we going to see? Yeah, Sam Sevian has been waiting as well. He is going to be in action. And of course, he's up against Jose Martinez. This matchup, I'm definitely hoping, is as close as the last one. Funny enough, the score of the last one, it did kind of get away at the end. It was like 5 points, but everyone who watched that knows it was a close one. So we're going to take a break, but we have the matchup coming up now in the losers semifinals at the Bullet Chess Championship. Be back in a sec.
Alright, now for this next problem, Stockfish cannot solve it no matter how long you leave it for. And I also should say it's not technically a forced mating line. There is a way that black can get out, but the resulting position is still winning. Let's look at the most forcing line to start. Knight f6 check. The king does not want to go up here because this would queen with check, so it goes towards the knight. King g7, we check it again. Again, black king is attacking this knight, but it's protected by the bishop. But we can sacrifice the knight here with bishop c2 check. King takes, and now the engine is starting to catch up with where we're at. Now we're free to promote to a queen. But wait, wouldn't promoting to a queen lead to this knight fork on f7 and we'd lose our queen? Yes, but that is all part of the plan. I should say that at this point the engine can figure out that this knight fork is actually the only way to lose. There's only a way to lose right away. Black can play a number of other moves, but this position is technically winning for white. We're up a queen and a piece against 3 pieces. These pawns we can take care of. So let's look at the far more interesting knight fork. Knight f7, and we're not even going to try to protect this queen. We're going to go king e6, let them take it with check, and then the king goes to f5, and now you'll notice we're barricading in this king. This black king cannot go anywhere. All of the squares are cut off. So what we're trying to do at this point is threaten any check, and that would be mate. So we are threatening bishop d1 checkmate. What can black do? They can stop it with e2. Well, we've got ideas. We can go bishop e4, threaten checkmate over there. And the only way they can stop this is by promoting to a knight covering this square. Well, our game is not over yet. Bishop d5, and now we're threatening bishop c4 and checkmate here on d2. Well, black can temporarily stop this, promote to a knight again covering this square. Hang on, we've got still ideas. Bishop b5, threatening checkmate over here. Well, black can give up a knight for nothing, delay the inevitable. Knight c7, protecting this square. That's fine for us. We'll just find another way to do it. Bishop a4, threatening this square, checkmate once again. Now this time, there is nothing black can do to stop this unstoppable action. c4, bishop d1, and all you can do is get some knights in the way to block. But eventually, we find checkmate.
Se pueden plantear muchas teorías de por qué la gente me acusa a mí de trampas, ¿no? Principalmente porque Chess.com hizo una lista de los que más habían ganado premios y los que más habían tenido un buen top 5 durante todo el 2023, incluso 2022. Y yo creo que aparezco después de Magnus y Hikaru, de los que más ha cobrado en los Title Tuesdays. Y yo creo que la gente juzga mucho por lo primero que ve, ¿no? Pero no juzga que pues uno juega 100 Title Tuesday mientras que la mayoría juega 40, 30, 50 porque anda haciendo otras cosas, juega torneos presenciales, yo qué sé. Descanso. Pero no tengo ganas de hablar ahorita, es súper amargo. Recuerdo una vez que le gané a Firouzja y a Hikaru seguidos y al final ni cobré ese torneo porque perdí con tal y cual y no cobré séptimo, octavo, décimo, ¿no? Y hay torneos donde le gano a mucha gente que tiene menos elo que yo, seguido, me tocan buenos pareos y le gano a un Super GM al final o le empato y cobro y campeono y piensan que por ese torneo, pues, o sea, pues no sé, hice trampas porque no debería pasar eso, pero tuve los resultados fueron lo normal, ¿no? En el papel debió pasar eso y la partida clave, la crítica, pues la jugué muy bien y consolidé esa buena performance, ¿no? Creo que en octubre gané los 2 Title Tuesdays un día y fue en esa fecha que se jugó el Grand Swiss, donde 100 grandes maestros estaban jugando el torneo Grand Swiss y en un torneo donde había casi ningún gran maestro fuerte, entre comillas. Enero creo que estuve casi todos los Title Tuesdays en Zoom. Me invitó a Chess.com y pues estuve en Zoom con 2 cámaras y en 2 oportunidades cobré. En una quedé segundo, en una estuve a punto de campeonar y fallé rematar una partida porque tuve mucha presión. Y aún así, en Zoom tuve mejores resultados que fuera de Zoom. Entonces, un poco indignado que sea de los pocos que está acá, porque si van... A mí me gustaría que hagan eso, que pongan Zoom a todos, ¿no? Pero bueno, aún así yo les dije, yo puedo jugar en la Antártida, en los Alpes, desnudo, con 80 rayos X. Si un día me levanto bien y estoy jugando bien, voy a ganarlo, sea como sea al final. Hagan lo que hagan, o sea, y si me levanto un día mal y no estoy viendo nada, voy a perder con cualquiera al final, o sea. Nadie va a confiar al final, la gente que no confía va a seguir desconfiando hasta que, pues, no sé, hasta que juegues, yo qué sé, desnudo, y ya ese sería el punto, ya, el fin, ¿no? O sea, ya si es que eso no se prueba, ya no hay nada que hacer, o sea, nunca va a haber confianza, ¿no? Por fin. Ya estoy con la bandera de México desde hace ya algunos meses. Cuando juegue, el siguiente torneo va a ser por México. Sí. La victoria. Se pueden plantear muchas teorías de por qué la gente me acusa a mí de trampas, ¿no? Principalmente porque Chess.com hizo una lista de los que más habían ganado premios y los que más habían tenido un buen top 5 durante todo el 2023, incluso 2022. Y yo creo que aparezco después de Magnus y Hikaru, de los que más ha cobrado en los Title Tuesdays. Y yo creo que la gente juzga mucho por lo primero que ve, ¿no? Pero no juzga que pues uno juega 100 Title Tuesday mientras que la mayoría juega 40, 30, 50 porque anda haciendo otras cosas, o torneos presenciales, yo qué sé. Tendré pues 20, 30 partidas bien jugadas, perfectas, que tú dices, este güey juega como 2800 FIDE. Pero pues, o sea, es porque muchas veces estoy jugando mi terreno. Partidas donde yo sé qué va a pasar, y tengo estudiado. Juego 1000 veces una misma posición y ya las 20 primeras jugadas van a ser las primeras del módulo porque ya las he analizado, sé por dónde va, sé por dónde no va. Y pues tengo un estilo de juego donde te agarro y te remato bien. O sea, mi estilo de juego es que tengo una ventaja y muchas veces remato casi a la perfección, ¿no? Pero tengo otras falencias en mi juego que algunos jugadores ya se dan cuenta dónde fallo, ¿no? Jugadores que ya juegan mucho conmigo me juegan de tal forma que no les puedo ganar casi porque ya se están dando cuenta de dónde fallo, ¿no? Básicamente, si haces trampas ahí, pues lo haces por ganar un premio, ¿no? No lo haces por querer ganar a alguien. Sería, creo que lo más tonto del mundo, ¿no? Yo juego todos los Title Tuesday. He visto poquísimos casos de gente que en el papel no debería cobrar y cobra. O sea, la gente que veo que cobra casi siempre es porque pues, ya tiene un nivel o antes o después o lleva años practicando como yo. Entonces, yo creo que no debería pasar del 5%.
Welcome back to the Bullet Chess Championship 2024. We've had the coverage for you all day, myself and Grandmaster Benjamin Bach, but we have another match. Benjamin, let's take a look at that bracket because this matchup right here between Sam Sevian and Jose Martinez is a battle between, Sam, who came in from the qualifiers, and Jose Martinez, who has absolutely had some real tough competition to get past in this. So, I mean, what do you make of this matchup, and especially Sam being here from one of the Chess.com qualifiers?
Yeah, this is actually a rematch from round 1. As we see right here, Sam Sevian beat Jose Martinez with a 2-point difference. So that sent Jose into the loser's bracket, whereas Sam, after that, beat Firouzja, but then he was stopped by Naroditsky. So that's where Sam is right now. He went down to this round, and Jose had to go all the way through the loser's bracket.
That's right, and so many more matches going through the loser's bracket like that. But coming back to a matchup that has already happened, I mean, does that play into your head obviously, if you've lost the match, you're thinking, okay, this guy got the better of me once, but it was by a 2-point margin, and it's a win by 2 format here. So it was as close as a match could be. So, I mean, are you really that deflated, Bach, going back up against someone who beat you by 2? What do you think?
I think Jose has good chances here for a comeback. I feel like at the beginning of the tournament, he was perhaps not fully warmed up, whereas now it definitely seems that he is. But let's talk a little bit about Jose Martinez Amon.
Yeah, Jospem, as he's better known by online, is a name that I think's on the tip of everyone's tongue these days. He always shows up for Chess.com events, whether it's Titled Tuesday, Bullet Brawls. He's a 3-time Bullet Brawl winner, 8-time Titled Tuesday winner, and he also makes regular appearances in this Bullet Chess Championship as well. And obviously, Bach, I think most people would know him from his match where he just defeated Kramnik in the Clash of Claims, which was sort of a hybrid over the board and online event. So I feel like he's kept a very busy schedule, but he's found time for some bullet chess amidst all that as well.
Yeah, he's definitely he's definitely having some nice momentum going. I believe he's currently still in Spain after his match win over Kramnik, so he's probably in a hotel room right now. Sevian, he is playing a classical tournament in Armenia, so he's playing from a hotel room as well. So let's hope for both of the players that their hotel connection is going to hold up.
Yeah, pretty good advertisement for whichever hotel has a better internet connection right here. Sevian has been kind of a star of the Bullet Chess Championship so far, even in the qualifiers. I don't think Sam, for me, was a top bullet player. He was always a very elite bullet player, but never a top one until maybe the last year. And I'm seeing the way that he's competing with the guys he's gone up against. Obviously, he took out Jospem in their earlier matchup. So absolutely one of the top bullet players in the world. And that's why he's still in this competition.
Yeah, he's definitely impressed me so far. He beat Jose Martinez in the first round, then he crushed Firouzja with a 9-point differential. And he lost to Danya, but it was a pretty respectable score. I mean, at some point he was down, I believe, 10-2, and he brought it all the way back to, I believe, a 2-point deficit. But then Danya pulled away at the end. But, you know, he gave him a tough fight.
Yeah, we're underway here. 30 minutes as this is still taking place in the losers bracket. Still win by 2. Jospem against Sevian. And they went at it before, had a very close match. Let's see what this one has in store for us.
Yeah, this is a Jospem specialty, the 4 knights with h3. And I like his position at 4 now, opening up the king side. I really like his position here right out of the opening.
Yeah, I mean, how do you stop g5? Basically, if you play f6 or knight h7, it feels like those moves are happening anyway. I wouldn't even hesitate.
I don't like the trade for the bishop on c5, what Jose just did, bishop e2, but still, maybe keep the rooks on the board and then follow with h4, g5. Looks pretty scary for black.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. I mean, e4 is hanging, but there's f6 to follow. G takes h6 simply. This does not look good.
And Sam taking a lot of time here. Jose recaptures with the knight. I thought maybe taking with the queen. Looks interesting. Now the black king feels pretty safe on f8. Oh, knight takes f7? Is that a move?
Yeah, he might be looking at knight
e6, even better.
Yeah, because there's just no danger to the white king. He has the a2 square, g7 hanging. You could just take the rook here. Keep it simple.
Yeah, just take the rook. Black has to recapture with the king. And I guess then Jose also taking a lot of time here. Wait, why don't you just... Why not take? Why not take the rook?
Know. Yeah,
what, and Sam hangs his queen?
Oh my goodness. Queen c5, I guess he was intending there?
I guess so, yeah. But let's remind everybody, you know, Jose just came off that bullet match, so he might be feeling warmed up. Sam just came off a classical game. So, I mean, his chess brain is working, so to speak, but maybe not in the way you want it to work.
Yeah, it's almost... I don't know if he's warmed up at all before this, but yeah, he's literally the last match of the day, and Jospem has already played, so I already answered this earlier, but I'd rather be the guy warmed up.
Yeah, and I like Jose's position right here. He's up a pawn, the bishop pair. Sam still tricky here with the knights.
Yeah, f7 is loose, although g6 does look safe to play. Please, f6.
F6, where do you go with the knight? I mean, knight f3, I guess. But this looks great for black, just up a pawn.
Bishop on b7 is so strong.
Knight e3, nice move. He pre-moves queen h3, hitting e6, okay. But there goes another pawn. Knight g5 maybe? Knight g5 you just take.
Yeah, you can just take, trade everything in sight. He's got to go back to f2, but where's the knight on f2 going now? No pieces have any squares.
Yeah, Jose looks very safe here with the bishop on f6. Sam trying to stir up some tricks here with knight h3, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, e5 was a really smart move there. It lost the pawn, but it earned him a queen trade. And he has the bishop pair. He's still up a pawn. I think that was worth it.
Yeah, Sam hanging in here, though, being tricky with the knights. Jose's time advantage is dwindling.
Yeah, maybe rook f8 to f7. I'm starting to get a little nervous about my king, but he says no problem.
G5, nice move, creating kind of a mating net around the white king. And now Sam taking time. Taking g2 with something. Take with the bishop and bishop f3. Yeah, this should be a win for Jose now. But it's never over until it's over with less than 10 seconds on your clock.
That's right.
But he's getting easy pre-moves in now. Check f3 or that, f3.
Yeah, he's also up on time. It looks like he maybe meant to play rook e6 check instead of rook e7.
Yeah, I mean, you're just not going to make it here with white, given the fact that you have no time.
There you go. Another win for Jose Martinez. The first game, it actually also looked like Jose's game, but in the end, he kind of didn't find the right move, and the queen hang really bailed him out. I wonder if that's going to be kind of an important moment in this match, as Sam's got off to a terrible start. He needs to sort of settle down and at least put a good game on the board, even if it's a draw, just to not get that 0 out of there, you know?
Exactly. Yeah. This is, by the way, another Jospem specialty, one of the openings he likes to play against the Sicilian. And I kind of like it. I mean, he's got a slightly better pawn structure, easy squares for his knights, and it's just a little easier for white to maneuver.
Agreed, yeah. The white pieces all seem to have good squares, although I like g6, h5. That dark square bishop maybe does have a home on h6 far into the future.
Yeah, okay, the white king side looking a little vulnerable now, especially if that queen can slide over to f7. So I think Jose does a good job trading off the rooks.
Yeah, black wants to open things up here. Maybe he's trying for b5 as well.
Yeah, but that might also create only more weaknesses for him. Queen b6, bishop d8 though. Is
interesting.
I still like him more for white.
Yeah, maybe he'll just go h4 or something.
Okay, is there a sack somehow? No. Okay, knight back, I guess.
Yeah, maybe. Interesting. Queen e8. So how is this queen trade? Knight d4. I could still see white doing well in this endgame here after pawn a4 and playing on the light squares.
Yeah, the black king a little bit exposed there. Jose also has the potential outside passer with h4 and g4. But it's going to come down to the wire here. Oh, there goes a pawn. Maybe trading knight c4 back?
I agree. That looked pretty dangerous, but...
Oh, no, but queen f8, this looks way too scary. Or is this fine?
h5, king g4, and who's getting mated?
Oh, knight d6, and there's nothing for black. He might have to settle for a draw here. Or is he going to go for more? Oh, he goes for more. Oh, that's not the move. But is Jose going to flag
him? It doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Is Sam going to get the job done here? No, it's just a little... Oh, it's like 0.1 second on the clock.
Amazing. What a checkmate from Sam Sevian, who never gave up on the position. Wow.
Wow, what a game. What a game.
It's amazing.
That one is crucial, Aman, because now it's only a 1-point deficit for Sam, whereas a loss would have meant a 3-point deficit.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm curious how Jose is going to respond to that one. He might be a little tilted.
Yeah, at that point, you know, there's nothing that you could have really done better. I mean, Sam just caught the knight d4 move and then had exactly enough time to pre-move that checkmate. I don't know what Jose could have done better, so I don't know if I'd be that upset.
Yeah, and I like Sam's position here right out of the opening. Queen d2 threatening lots of scary tactics. Can you castle or maybe just something like h6 for white?
Yeah, h6. There's also f4, which
f4, yeah, that's even better. This looks... Yeah. Oh, rook b8 is a nice counterpunch, though.
Ouch.
Take on c6 and king d2, maybe? Yeah.
H6, yeah, keep that king in there.
Yeah, I like the move by Sam. The engine is saying king d3. What?
Nonsense.
No way, Jose. All right. All right, bishop. Okay. You're still a little stuck here with black. Like, what do you play? Okay, I like that move.
Yeah, H6 is like the I am stuck, but at least I can move my pawns.
Knight d6. Okay, check. King a2. Wait, what do you do here? Rook e7, maybe?
Rook e7.
Yeah, he's hanging in there, and again, it's coming down to the wire. Oh, he's kind of stuck here. No.
Right when he thought he was getting out, he's not out at all.
Rook h4. There goes the
Rook
queen.
H4?
And Sam should finish this one off with 10 seconds on his clock. Oh, there goes the rook.
Oh, the rook's hanging.
And Sam's got enough time to finish it off, right? But Jose is fast. He is fast. But he's just too far behind. It's just too much.
Yeah, I don't think not even Jospem can save that one. And it's back to 2-2.
Yeah, Sam ties it up. So some nice wins there for Sam to come back in the match. Let's see how Jose is going to respond.
Okay, this looks like a pretty easy position to pre-move. Will he go long castle? No, he keeps it pretty controlled, short castle. Just taking his small, I guess, structural advantage here.
Yeah, Sam with the rook centralization. I mean, I don't know how often you see that. Knight e2 trading the rooks off. Maybe queen g5. I mean, black's got some threats over there.
So f4
wait,
just
was that
wins.
f4? Wait, f4, yeah, wins a piece.
Because, strangely, the knight on e2 is protected by that queen on a6.
Yeah. c4, nice move by Sam. Sam, by the way, picking up the speed. He is now ahead on the clock.
Yeah, that's a good point. Queen
Knight
d2.
f4?
Yeah, queen d2 he has.
Oh, knight f5 and h4. There goes the knight. Jose is winning now.
Yep, that's it. You can, yeah, you don't even have queen f6 and g6. Yeah, maybe resign it. I don't know.
I mean, you can do this to get a pawn, but you traded the queen, so knight b5. I mean, this should be a win for Jose. Yeah, he's got it.
Surgical. Yeah, these guys are not going to be messing up a piece positions, but it's still fairly early in this match, so you know, 3-2, not the worst deficit in the world.
Yeah, this match has been really back and forth, with Jose winning the first two, then Sam striking back, winning two in a row. Now Jose winning one, but that's how bullet goes. It can get very streaky. Oh, he did not have knight takes e4 because of knight takes e6. Or maybe again? Oh, yeah, he's going for it.
Yeah, that knight e6 move is super important.
d5. Okay, Jose is still hanging in there, but okay, yeah, definitely better for white though.
Bishop d4, take, and a3, queen e6. I don't know who's happier with what pawns.
But look at the clock I'm on. Sam up almost 10 seconds and up a pawn. It's looking great for him.
Yeah, it was interesting why Sam didn't trade queens there while he was up a pawn. I found that surprising.
But Jose hanging in there tight, but queen e8, nice move going after the pawns on the queen side.
Yeah, this is very, very smart. G4 looks risky.
Okay, great technique here by Sam. Again, still up 10 seconds. I don't think Jose is going to hold this one.
No, this looks really tough.
Okay, just take it and... What do you do here, though? Rook d3? It's not over yet. King f5. No, that's... Nah.
Now this is
too
over.
much. G4 maybe even. Yeah, locking in the king.
F3.
Take an h6, take an g5. No, Sam's going to win and he's going to even out. Oh!
Right.
What?
Wow.
Wait, but what is... Okay, king f8. You have to stop the pawns.
Wow.
Check. Wait, no, and e6. He missed it. He's thrown it. Sam's winning. h8 and king of 7.
Oh my goodness. No, the worst has happened to Jospem. This is a bullet player's nightmare. You've pulled off the dirtiest move successfully, like complete bank robbery, heist, and everything. And then you like hop in a getaway car and it's a police car or something. Like it's just, I can't believe it.
Wow, what a game. And yeah, Sam ties it up. Yeah, that was insane. I think he just missed it. There was that move e6 to block.
Oh my goodness.
That was
Because
insane. Yeah, I mean,
truly by Jospem, that is the smartest thing you can do in that situation. You're completely dead. Like, you could resign. It's just, why not try that move? Like, it's so dirty, but it's so good.
yeah. All right. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why Sam pre-moved there. He had plenty of time. Anyway, talking about this game, I like Jose's chances. He's up on time, and the Black King is feeling quite vulnerable over there.
Yeah, getting back to reality here, bishop on c6 looks very, very strong because at some point maybe e3 can be played. So bishop d5 trading it off makes sense, but you're dropping f2 in the process.
Yeah, this is looking scary for Jose now, while Sam's rook are getting active. e3? Wait, how do you... I think this is lost. e2 and rook f1.
Yeah.
No.
That's it.
Oh, but he doesn't go for it. I mean,
yeah,
he's
that's
still
really
winning.
weird.
But he has to convert here.
Okay, he has 3 connected pawns. I think he's probably
Oh,
got
there
it.
goes one of them, though. c6, maybe. This is not over yet. Also, look at the time. Wait, what? He allowed it. Oh, Jose might win this one. It's a time. He's up on time now. What is
That's
Sam doing?
amazing. Wow.
Jose up a couple of seconds. Can he pull off the flag? It might come down to rook versus rook. No,
Wait.
no, that's not the way.
Ooh, yeah, I guess that's gonna be a draw. These guys are going back and forth. I feel like in some way or another, we did save the best for last. Sam Sevian and Jose Martinez had such a close match the first time. This match is delivering. We're seeing everything. Like, the whole bag of tricks is out from Jospem and Sam Sevian. He's making it happen too, even down an entire rook. So this is pure entertainment.
For sure, yeah. And Jose going for a hat-trick setup, perhaps a little bit passive, but at least he's getting those moves off very quickly.
Nice c5, very nice.
All right, he's gonna try to go d5 at some point. Okay, okay. Does White hang on to the pawn on c6? Sam says yes.
Yeah, rook d7 maybe.
I like this by Sam setting up e5, getting great control over the position.
Yeah, it feels like black needs to play e5, or else white does, but e5 gives up the d5 square. Ugh, this looks tough.
Okay, now you can take on c6, and you're very much in the game, but white is still so active, and look at the bishop on b8, it's so passive. Rook d4, maybe?
Yeah, rook d4 is big. I would have taken that rook instead.
He just leaves it hanging.
Very smart, I think.
All right, bishop f4, getting the bishop into the game, but Jose up a couple seconds on the clock.
Yeah, f6 also.
I feel like Sam should have this one, because he's got such easy moves now. Just push the a-pawn.
Yep.
Jose with the trickery, 93.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, instead.
Remember, there's e5. He blocks it.
Rook takes g7. I feel like Sam should have this one. I mean, you don't hang on here with black. And Jose also doesn't see a move. Oh, he's hanging in there, though. Now he's pushing the d-pawn.
Oh,
93, maybe. Pick up the bishop. What is the move here for white? Knight b2.
Rook
Knight
b6.
But that's not doing anything. There's no threats. And Sam might just take the draw here. Or is Jose going to go for the win? Wait, yeah, there... Yeah, there... Wow. What just happened in that game, Amon?
Wow. You know, it's kind of tempting in those spots to go for the win by giving a check and then maybe playing rook d7 to cover d1.
Oh, and Jose... Oh, queen d... Okay, wow. Some very sharp opening stuff here by Jose, who gets 2 bishops and more control in the center. Should d3, maybe? f5.
Ooh. Castling is very clever.
I like Jose's position here. f5, and it feels... Oh, there's knight c5.
Yeah, knight c5 is good.
But at least, I mean, the dark squares... Wait, the computer is saying this is a blunder, but I have no idea why.
Yeah, it was like the craziest. Knight takes c1, knight e2, knight g3. Just madness. That's engine stuff. I can't believe that. And of course, Sam doesn't even bother. He's like, yeah, f6 is threatening me. Can't allow that.
Rook takes e6. Yep, Jose is going to take the lead here. I thought f7 there, but this is also winning. Queen h6.
Jose.
All right, and Jose takes the lead once again.
Dang, it is just back and forth in this match. I haven't even been watching the match clock because the games have been so entertaining. It's 5-4 for Jospem. 12 minutes left, but it feels like whenever someone gets a win, it comes right back in their face the next game.
Aman, this was all part of our plan. We just saved the best for last.
Yeah, like seriously speaking, Hikaru's games, they truly are the best, his matches. But when you think about how dominant he is, they aren't always the closest. So in terms of entertainment, I think if anyone's been here the whole show, you'll be happy that this was the final matchup today.
Exactly, yeah. We're also past the halfway mark. And keep in mind, everybody, that it is win by 2. So if the match clock would expire right now, they would still keep playing.
I know. I feel like we haven't got to properly enjoy a win by 2, some overtime. So I wouldn't mind that to cap things off today.
Yeah, that'd be nice. In the meantime, I like Jose's position here. The pawns are a little bit vulnerable. Time is evened up, though. E5,
Yeah,
nice
E5.
move by Sam, creating weaknesses for black.
Yeah, that was a mistake. Now I prefer white for sure.
Yes, by a lot. I think I think Sam is going to even it up. Yep. This looks too pleasant for white to play. I mean, black's got so many weaknesses and white's got none.
Truly. Bishop f5, king f4, rook h6.
Nah, but you don't hold these. I mean, it just looks so unpleasant for black to play. Just h5. I mean, I don't see a move. h6. Like, bishop g6, GG.
Yeah, bishop g6
trade,
is
king
over.
f5. All right, nice game by Sam to even it up. And yeah, let's see how Jose is going to respond. And we see a French by Sam Sevian going for the Fort Knox defense with bishop d7, c6.
Yep. And the whole point is to play bishop takes f3. That wasn't some sort of pre-move trick. No, that's how the opening is played.
Yeah, and black is just so super solid here. Oh, he goes queenside castle. I mean, usually you go kingside castles and just be solid, but wait, Sam going for some tricks here.
Yeah, you get rook g8. You maybe get knight h3 in some lines, although queen h6 will be played. But the point is there's nothing past that. Like knight h3, king h1 here.
Oh, what about this, Aman? Maybe like rook g8, queen e5, knight takes g2, and bishop takes rook d5? Was that the way to go? Anyway, right now Jose is up a pawn, and I think Sam doesn't have enough. Oh, he's going to lose another one. Take it. No, take it. On c6.
You could take it. Bishop takes c6 now.
Queen g7 or h6 only moves, and then is Jose going to go for it? No.
Got it. Oh, well. He's doing it the smart way, to be honest.
Okay. Can you take that pawn? Or he wants... I don't know what he's doing here. I feel like he's sacrificing some pawns, but rook d1 though. Wait. Take on h6.
Take.
That's it.
Yeah.
Sam fighting on here, but I mean, you can't fight against the queen and bullet. This is going to be a win for Jose. Also, he's got those passage.
Won't be close.
Yeah, it's just too easy for white to pre-move, and yeah, there goes the rook. So Jose taking the lead once again.
It's always Jose wins, comes right back at him.
Yeah. So let's see. Here we have I think this started off as a d4 opening by Sam. He might be a little bit better, but Jose is pretty good at maneuvering these types of positions.
Yeah, the knight on d4 just makes a very, very good impression here. Black's happy to trade these pieces off, but usually if white achieves f4 in a good way, then it can be uncomfortable for black. Otherwise, kind of okay. Maybe bishop g6.
Rook h4, big threat here for black. Okay, rook g3. Sam's setting up some sacrifices. Let's see how Jose is going to deal with it.
Yeah, rook h4 looks like a good way to start.
h4, this looks a little... Okay, queen g7, nice defensive move. Now, bring in the other rook. I like it. Rook f4 maybe now. Yeah, and nice double attack.
Now black's in control. Really dominating
Take an
here.
h4. Maybe queen... take an e4. Take an e4 on 92. Nope, you didn't go for it.
Knight on d4 is so strong.
Yeah. You just never get rid of it. Okay, well, he's trading it off. Sam having a very slim lead on the clock, but e4, great move by Jose.
f4 maybe? That's tough to say.
Oh, take there. That's a great move. He couldn't recapture because mate. Check. And C2 maybe? Like I said, he's going to pick up another pawn. Maybe check.
Yeah, why not?
But he is behind on the clock. This is a tough game. Shit, there's got to be one. Queen E2.
Queen E5 looks like a reasonable move. Yeah.
All right, Sam trying here, but wait, not over yet. 7 seconds for Jose. Can he finish it off? But the pre-moves are flying
really
in
good. Yeah, because he can always...
Yeah, no.
So much power in that position. Having the two rooks, they defend each other. You can always give a check, go back and attack the rook, give a check, go back. This is one of the first times recently that we've seen a 2-game lead open up, and it is Jospem who grabs it. There's 6.5 minutes remaining. Sam cannot let this get out of hand as time is ticking down.
Yeah, only 6.5 minutes on the clock, so Sam needs to win sooner rather than later. He's switching to the Caruana. That's actually what he did a lot in the first match against Jose. F4?
Yeah, and this is actually, I know it looks ridiculous, but it's actually a little bit of theory to have this king on F7, so not as wild and wacky as you might think.
Right, I don't know how I feel about kingside castling by Jose, but knight A4, nice move. You cannot take the pawn on D4 because of bishop G6.
Ooh, I don't know about E4. Bishop's coming to A2
Take
as
it
well.
or no? I thought there was something to be... Oh, there goes a pawn, but, you know, white's king, again, feeling pretty exposed on G2.
Yeah, rook H1 you need immediately. Wow, that's such a cool move. So is F4, though.
Great response by Jospem. Maybe just F5 or rook E3, bring the rook into the game. F5? No, he's allowing knight F5.
Oof. Yeah, this is really tough. Sam's playing so well here.
Yeah, up a couple seconds, and... Oh, no, he's got this game, and that's what he needs. Oh, Queen G... Wait, I spoke too soon. It's not over yet. Although... Check, block.
Wow.
Oh, no, that's mate. Okay, and Sam brings the deficit back to 1 point with 5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I feel like these two players just cannot have there's no easy match between them.
No, certainly not. Yeah, I think the first match might have also gone to overtime, and then Sam eventually won. But this one is so close.
7-6. We can start thinking about, you know, who needs what.
Oh, there goes a pawn! He definitely should have taken that.
A6, yeah. It's not going to be, there's not going to be too many of those opportunities.
Yeah, Sam nicely maneuvering here with B5. Nice counterpunch by Jose, creating counterplay on the queen side.
Queen B3 is a blunder, actually. Of course, does not fall for it.
Okay, G6, nice move. And Jose building up a lead on the clock. Oh, but there goes the lead.
Yeah, that's a fantastic bullet move. I mean, fantastic move in general, but definitely in bullet chess.
Knight takes D6, but he's opening up the diagonal. Looks very scary.
F7 is loose.
And he takes it, yeah. Sam winning here, but... okay, Jose's king getting pushed out in the open.
Do you go E5? Yeah, that looks smart. Open up the pieces. There you go. Queen G5.
I don't know what you play here. I mean, there's got to be a win. But Jose, for the moment, hanging in there.
Wow, rook E1. That's a patient move.
A4, going for trades. But it's just so tough to play this for Jose.
It is. It feels like you have no moves.
Yeah.
C5 at some point.
And that's why he's... Yeah, there goes the rook. Rook takes E6. Now everything is falling apart. Check. All right, and Sam evens it up with 3 minutes on the clock.
So impressive. 7-7. 3 minutes on the clock. Unless someone goes 2-0 in the next 2 games, we might be getting our first overtime.
Yeah, but I mean, Bullet is a streaky game. It can easily happen that someone will just win the last 2 games. So let's see what's going to happen. I mean, Jose can win, Sam can win, or like I said, we could just go to overtime.
F3, smart move. Ooh, some tricks there. Watch out.
Yeah. Rook on B5, a little clumsy on the 5th rank.
It is. It feels like, it's gone to f5, gone to b5, made some threats, but it's easy to react
take
to.
on f5, take on f5, take on e8, and take on f6. That looks like a great end game, but he doesn't go for it.
Ooh, that's really, really tricky to spot. Using the pin there, that would have been a big advantage.
Jose shuffling. Is he happy with a draw? No. He's up a few seconds. I think he should go for the win here.
I like Jose's position, definitely.
Oh, wow. What? And just instantly didn't take it. Wow. I don't know how I feel about this, Amon. Sam up a pawn here. Queen a4 maybe? Or bishop b4!
Oops.
There goes an exchange, but why does he not take it?
Yeah, he spent a lot of time there. I think Jose is favored here. f7 hanging.
c5, queen b4. Jose up on time. What? Why is rook d8?
Yeah, c5, queen b4. Like
no, but just take the knight. Oh, c5. Oh, Jose
Amazing.
hanging in here. But the endgame looks lost.
Oof, king c2. What might have been?
King c2. Oh, there goes g7. Jose way up on time here. Can he pull off the flag?
I think so.
Or... Go king c2. Go king c2. No, he sees it, of course. Take it.
Some tricks.
No, but the time, 5 seconds for Sevian, that should not be enough. Right?
No, it really shouldn't, but the knight is tricky. He's getting the pre-moves in. King goes to b5. Rook d4 is smart.
Oh, but he hung the rook!
Wow, he even pre-moved b takes. We've seen this before.
It's not over yet, though. Sam's super fast. It's going to come down to the wire, but Jose gets the win. And we have won the win. Look at that little celebration there by Jospem.
That win means a lot to Jose Martinez. He's up 8-7. A draw is not enough here. We would then go to overtime. You must win by 2. However, Jose Martinez can win and knock out Sam Sevian right now.
Yeah, so let's see how Sam is going to recover from that one. Very tough loss, but he didn't quite pick up the speed.
Mm-hmm. f5, at least he's got an attacking position. Obviously, the match clock will expire here, but this game matters.
Oh, knight takes f7 while going for a sacrifice, but does this work? Maybe just rook h8?
Mm-hmm.
It takes first. This also looks fine on rook h8, trying to trade off the rooks.
There's d5.
Oh, threatening mate. Sam sees it, of course. Maybe just d4 or knight h5? Or that, yeah. Okay, Jose just needs to keep his nerves here. Queen. Oh, the rook is kind of trapped, but not actually.
Yeah, and...
Okay, knight c5.
It's interesting that a draw is still okay. You have to remember
c5,
that.
He picks up another pawn.
b4, a3, a4.
The king is walking the safety here. Man, this is so close.
So tense. It looks scary. Knight g4 is an idea, but rook e4.
Oh! Threatening. Rook g3. Great find by 7. There goes the rook. Take on
e6 is hanging.
No.
Doesn't.
I think
he doesn't
taking
want
the
it.
rook on d6.
Yep.
No, Jose walking the safety here. Select the queen, maybe?
Sam is up on time.
This is tough to play with the pieces against the queen.
Queen a6.
But Jose picking up the speed here. Jose and... Wow. e3, there goes the e-pawn. Uh-oh. e2. And rook d1. No?
Oh, my
there,
goodness.
He drops a pawn. That's huge.
Oh, blundering the e-pawn is huge. Huge mistake there. Knight g4.
Oh, but he hung the rook. What is going on?
Absolute madness on the board. They still have lots of time, by the way.
Let's see who's faster here in the time scramble. But Jose is just too much behind. There goes the rook.
He's got 2 pawns, though, connected. He's up on time.
I think Sam's got this in the back. He gets the queen on the board. 2 seconds apiece. No, Jose is going down, it seems.
Yep, he's got it.
What
oh, my
game.
goodness. Clutch when it matters. 8-8, and guess what? Overtime is real.
Wow,
no break.
And look at Jose. He was definitely a little dejected right there. He's getting, again, a nice position out of the opening with the 2 bishops.
Yeah, I have been liking this h3, 2 knights, and overtime is in progress. So what happens is they play 10 games. Very important to know the rules. They're on the screen right now. They still have to win by 2. After the 10 games are played, whoever is leading wins the match, unless it is still tied after they play 10 more games, whoever is the next person to win then wins the match. But let's focus on what we have in front of us. Game number 1 of 10.
Yeah. All right. So Jose provoking some weaknesses on the queen side. He's up quite a bit of time here, man. He's up 10 seconds. Let's see if he can put that time advantage to work. A d5 maybe? Taking d5? No. Rook d1 just in time.
Take on b5 and bishop d5. Ooh.
c4, nice move. And now the black king is a super exposed queen c3. This looks tough for Sam. Queen a5?
Or b4 and rook b2. Wow, I'm
some
surprised by
weird moves by Jose. Maybe he's just a little nervous here.
d6 is hanging.
I feel like he's nervous. I don't know. d5.
Yeah,
nice,
a lot of
100%.
opportunities missed there, definitely for Jose, but he's still up a little bit of time, and you can always shake off the nerves with a good old-fashioned time scramble.
Oh, check and no.
Take it. Queen d5. Oh no, it loses.
No, because black's got f3 there.
Exactly. Black actually seems to have the winning chances.
And he takes the draw. It felt like there had to be a win for Jose, but he misses it. All right, so let's see what's going to happen in the next game. Sam with the white pieces now.
Jeez, it is so close. We're on game number 2. There's no official timer anymore. We're just counting the games. So this is game 2.
Yeah. All right, so Sicilian setup here. I like Jose's position. He's quite comfortable with these, and he's also, again, up 10 seconds on the clock. Take an e4? Wait, isn't that a free pawn? He says no.
Queen h2 is funny instead of queen g3 as well. It's like, why go all the way back?
Yeah, okay, he's bringing the queen a little bit back into action, but d5, nice counter punch by Jose.
Yeah, the queen's on d7.
Clock him on up 15 seconds.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's interesting because it feels like Jose was nervous in that last game, but being down this much time, what does that say about Sam Sevian? We haven't seen this all match.
Yeah, but he is doing all right on the board, keeping it together. Queen g5, maybe just take an e6, and now the time advantage is dwindling.
Knight c5.
Okay, are we going to see another repetition?
Yeah, I would maybe throw an h4.
Oh, he sexes queen again. Nah, no, but this is too easy for white to play. I don't believe in it. No, I feel like Sam should have this one.
So I feel kind of the opposite, that the 2 rooks connected means it's really easy to pre-move, and it's kind of up to white to do stuff.
Yeah, maybe rook c4 and you get the pawn back.
I really prefer black here, strangely.
Huh. I don't know. I mean, now the queen side is vulnerable and you're pinned. Take. Okay, it's coming down to the wire once again. Okay, take on b2. Sam up 3 seconds, though.
Yep.
And there goes the h-pawn. h5. No,
wow.
I don't think you hold these. Oh, no. Something was... No, there goes the... That's also... No, again, you can't pre-move with the rook, whereas with the queen you can. This is looking tough for Jose. I think... Oh, I have no idea what just happened. Oh, there goes the queen! Okay. And very clever decision there by Jose to save the draw.
How do you not win that game? Sam is going to be thinking about that one. Maybe, well, definitely during this game, but maybe even past that. That is crazy.
Yeah, I guess, he could just keep hovering. He didn't necessarily have to pre-move. And yeah, unfortunately for him, he
Jospem had his hands up. He did the thing where you're kind of like, oh man, like, just go to the next game. He was ready to just toss the mouse, but instead he had new life in the position and he made the most of it.
Yeah, I like Sam's position in this one. I mean, he's really making the most of his double pawns on the king side. Knight f8 feels a little passive though. d5, yeah.
Bishop f4, watch out.
All right, queen c4 setting up. So knight e4, nice move to neutralize everything. And Sam up on time.
At some point, you have to play bishop f3 and knight d6, I think, because I would get nervous about my bishop on g4 maybe getting trapped.
Before b5, a4. Okay, position approximately even, time approximately even. It's really anyone's game here.
Yeah, I really like black's position, though.
Yeah. No, I gotta admit, I'm with you. It feels very much easier for black to play. I mean, the white king is also now under some fire, and the bishop is just so stuck.
Yep. The king can sit on d8 pretty nicely.
Okay.
Look at that knight on d6. It's so strong. It's hanging. Bishop takes d1.
Oh my god. And now Sam is up 5 seconds and a pawn. Can he clinch this one?
Rook d6 coming. I like the knight on d6, though.
This is so unpleasant for white to play. You just don't really get any counterplay. But Jose with the speed.
Knight d3 is huge.
Oh, there goes d5.
Knight f3, repeat a few times, and then make a move. Repeat again.
Pawn. But Jose's got no time. He's not going to make it.
Yeah, it's so easy to
d6,
pre-move
d6,
here.
push the... Yeah, there goes the rook, and that should be a win for Sam. Or is Jose going to pull off?
Yeah, the thing is, I was going to say, you can actually never rule Jose out in these because we've seen some of the most ludicrous saves from a dead loss to a draw from him, so you cannot rule him out. But 10-9, when was the last time Sam Sevian had a lead in this match? It's definitely been a while, if it's happened at all.
Yeah, so let's see how Jose will recover. He is definitely dejected after that last loss, and I don't know, he might seem a little tilted here, pushing his pawns on the king side.
Mm-hmm. But hey,
I don't know how I feel about this moment.
It's great that when you're tilted and you launch a random attack, that it's also good. It's a pretty nice feeling.
All right, so now white can double up on the f file. This looks very unpleasant. Just rook f1, rook f5, other rook to f1.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but the rook is a little trapped now. And Jose, he's pretty good with the maneuvering.
Yeah, he really is. I was going to say white could have maybe left the rook on f5. That was an option as well.
Yeah. Oh, and that's what he's doing right now. Oh, I thought maybe you already also recaptured with the pawn, but he recaptured the rook.
The thing is, black can't play b5 easily. If I was white, I would run my king over to g2, I think.
Uh-huh. They might go for a repetition here, or do you think something crazy is going to happen? Jose really trying to set up that... No, but it doesn't work.
But remember, Jospem is not... he's a little tilted after that last game, so I'm sure that he wants to play this on for a flag.
Oh, but f6, that's a big pawn. Knight g7. I mean, this game can go either way. Knight f3, great move.
Yep, Jospem is making serious progress here.
Okay, take. Knight takes f5. He's winning now. I would have taken with the queen. Trade of the queens, but... Okay. Yeah, now he's trying to trade them off. Rook f3. And there goes the pawn.
I don't know about this. Maybe a5, knight c8 he goes.
12 seconds for Jose. Rook g4, pick up the pawn, and the h pawn is going to run super fast. But Sam also has his pawns on the king. Ooh.
Wow.
c6. c6 is coming super fast. Sam is clinching the match. He's got it.
Oh my goodness.
And look at Jose. He is upset. Yeah.
Man.
Tough.
He's not happy about that. He's got. In fact, he's gone. He's gone. Sam Sevian defeats Jose Martinez in overtime. They didn't need the full 10 games. Wow, he is elated. He made so many comebacks in that match, but there's your winner on the screen. Bach, Sam Sevian taking out Jospem. What an incredible result.
What a match. Absolutely insane. Yeah, it was just back and forth from the get-go. And yeah, Sam just a little bit better there in the final 10 scrambles.
Truly. I mean, he put everything on display. I think Jospem was also playing some incredible chess as well. So it just made for pure entertainment in that matchup. You can see that the loser's semifinal has been made. Alireza Firouzja against Sam Sevian will be the upcoming matchup. Not today, but you have that to look forward to tomorrow. And of course, in the loser's final, Daniel Naroditsky awaits the winner of that. And don't forget, in the grand final, we've been in the loser's bracket, but Hikaru is waiting in the winner's bracket in the grand final for whoever wins all their remaining matches to join him.
Yeah, no, incredible matches today. And yeah, it's going to be even more fire tomorrow. Yeah, Sevian against Firouzja. It's going to be a close one. And then, yeah, but imagine making it through that, and then Danya away too. So lots of action to look forward to tomorrow, Mom.
Indeed. Sam just got finished an incredible matchup, but we have to get him in for an interview. So we are going to be able to speak with Sam after that incredible match against Jose. He's in the top 4 in his first ever Bullet Chess Championship, and he got here all the way from the qualifiers. He's making the most of his opportunity. You guys in chat, go ahead and leave your questions that you may have for Sam, and we will be joined by Sam Sevian right after this very short break for an interview. The Bullet Chess Championship. We'll be right back.
You and I were watching Paul yesterday on the course, and we can see the details that he sees, or we don't see the details. He sees details we don't see. I want to ask you, when you are playing chess, what do you feel separates you at times in terms of the details you see from the other competitors that you face?
I guess it's sort of the same, that people have more or less the same tools to play, even though like you have certain techniques that you prefer. I think my decision making is a bit better, but why that is, I'm not completely sure. My evaluations are generally a bit better. That comes with experience, intuition, but I cannot tell like exactly what it is that I do like a little bit better. But I feel like I'm kind of decent at everything, and most people have like at least one phase of the game where they're not as good.
You say you choose the one that you're more confident in. Do you ever have stats or thoughts on like, oh, this was a bad shot I hit last time? Is that ever in the back of your mind, or how do you keep that stuff out of the back of your mind?
It is really hard to not jump back to your past rounds and your past faults, but you also want to grow from that. And I know when you guys watched yesterday, there were 2 shots that were probably like a 5% gap, and I wouldn't normally take them, but those were my only options.
Yeah, Magnus, what is the chess correlation of that? I mean, is it like an opening you avoid, or what do you do to keep any losses or bad experiences you've had out of your mind when you're moving on to the next game?
I was just gonna say that it was so fascinating for me to see like the constant decisions you have to make of risk reward. There is like some of that in chess. Like you want minimal risk and maximum reward, of course. That's not always so easy. There is some of that in chess, that if there's an opening which I know is good, but it leads me to the kind of position where I've failed before, like then it can become an irrational fear. And for some people, even for me sometimes, I'd stay away, even though I know it's objectively good, because I have this irrational fear of playing there, which will make me play worse. So like instead of fixing the problem, I just try and avoid it.
Welcome back to the Bullet Chess Championship. I am joined by the winner of the very exciting match we just watched between Sam Sevian and Jose Martinez. Sam is with me here. I'm just going to jump straight into it. Sam, an exhausting match, a long match, overtime as well, but it was a repeat match. You already faced off against Jospem. How does that play into your mentality, having to play him again and knowing the result the first time?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I know he's very strong, and we played in the very first round of the tournament. And after that, I think he won 4 or 5 matches to get back into this position. I obviously knew he wanted to get revenge, and both matches did go to overtime, so it was just a coin flip both times, and I managed to pull through.
Yeah, the matches always felt so close between you two. I have to ask you, do you ever look at the cams while playing? Because Jospem is pretty animated. I was wondering, do you ever catch a glimpse of that, or you're just so focused?
After he blunders, I do like to check his cam. Yeah.
Yeah, fair question, fair answer. Also, in the tournament, the players that are remaining are actually some that you've played against. So kind of a similar question, but do you like to have another chance at people who maybe have beat you and vice versa, playing people that are new versus playing players you've already faced in Bullet?
Yeah, I mean, I think at this level, we've played each other so many times, hundreds of games. It really doesn't matter that, you play twice in one BCC event. So, I mean, I've experienced against all the... Besides Hikaru, I've experienced against Firouzja and Danya, so I'll try my best.
Right. And I remember, because I'm pretty sure you soared ahead of me in one of the qualifiers, but you did make it here through one of the Chess.com qualifiers. So, I mean, how does that feel, knowing that you kind of, you weren't invited in like some of the other players, but here you are in the top 4 with a chance to win it all?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, I've always felt I'm one of the best Bullet players. I just don't play that much nowadays. But yeah, I mean, I'm very happy to play a qualifier if I have to.
There you go, and you'll make it through as you did. Now, we spoke about this a little bit, but you are, it looks like, at a hotel. You're playing a tournament right now, because I have to ask you, classical chess, which I know you just got done a game, versus bullet chess, truly, what's more exhausting?
I mean, this is so fast-paced, and it honestly gives you a headache at some point, especially when it's high level. Like when your opponent keeps playing really good moves, and the heart's pumping. It's really difficult to play bullet for a long time.
That's fair. That's fair. Now, we have some questions as well from the chat that I wanted to throw at you. Shift4 says, a question for Sam. What is your favorite chess moment after becoming a GM that has nothing to do with classical chess? So anything except classical chess.
Anything except... I had a beautiful Armageddon win over MVL in the GCC. It's probably my best non-classical moment.
There you go. Good question.
I won 9LX 960, the super tournament last year in St. Louis. Yeah, that's definitely my best non-classical moment.
It's nice to have that problem where you have the achievements. They're just not all at the forefront of your mind there.
Right.
That's definitely an accomplishment for sure. Another one from the chat. Oftal asks, Sam, how the heck do you keep your nerves so cool during intense moments? It just looks on cam like you're a little more collected, or you internalize things a little bit more. Are you nervous, or how do you keep your cool?
I mean, I'm definitely nervous, but I've tried not to tilt too much in this tournament. Even yesterday against Danya, when I was down like 8 points, I managed to win 6 or 7 in a row to make it interesting. So, yeah, I mean, I'm trying to not tilt and just stay in the moment, I guess.
That's fair. And Sam, I have one final question for you. I know it's been a long day, long match, but your upcoming match, it is going to be against Alireza Firouzja. What do you think of him as an opponent? Have you seen any of his matches in this tournament? Obviously, you guys must have played before. So what do you think of that match upcoming?
Yeah, so I beat him in the second round in this tournament. But, I mean, I don't think he was at his, playing his A game. But I did play a very good match, so... I think it'll be an interesting match. I think the start's really important to these. If you keep it close, you always have a chance. And, I mean, he also has a tilting problem, so hopefully he tilts again.
That's right. Yeah, that's how you get those big score lines in Bullet. Sam, it's been a lot of questions. Also been a long day. Lots of overtime matches for you. Very, very well played. I'll say congratulations again for the win. You've got Alireza coming up, but we'll let you go for now. Thanks for joining us as well, Sam.
All right. Thank you, Emma.
All right, that was Sam Sevian after his win. He's moving on. This is the bracket as it looks right now, but Sam Sevian is up against Alireza Firouzja. Of course, we've got Bach back with us here, and Benjamin, we just got done with the interview there. Sam up against Firouzja, a matchup that really went in his favor the last time it happened. I feel like you have to be excited about this pairing if you're Sam.
It's kind of funny, Sam's bracket, it just repeats itself. Like, he played Jose in the first round, then Firouzja after, then he got knocked out by Danya, and then he gets Jose after, Firouzja after, and if he wins, again Danya. So it's a funny little cycle right there. But let's see how he will do this time around. I feel like, last time was a blowout, nobody expected that. So I feel like Firouzja probably will bring a better game tomorrow, and let's see how Sam will deal with that.
Yeah, he mentioned something, like the tilting problem that, by the way, I'll be the first to raise my hand. I have that as well. It's such a classic thing in Bullet that, when you have run into a few tough games, tough blunders, that you get discouraged, down on yourself, and it affects the rest of your games. I don't know if that's a problem Sam has, but hey, if he has it, he's really good at hiding it, because it seems to me, Bach, that he does not tilt the way some of the other players in this competition do.
Yeah, he seemed very calm throughout the match and kept his nerves together, even when he had a tough loss here or there. Perhaps tilt set in a little bit for Jose at the end, that he couldn't quite finish it off. So yeah, I'm very curious to see how he's going to do a second time around against Firouzja.
Well, Bach, we are getting to the end of our day here, but I wanted to get your final thoughts on some of the matches that we saw today, the highlights, and obviously the remaining players, as Alireza Firouzja, Sam Sevian, Daniel Naroditsky, and Hikaru Nakamura are the top 4 remaining. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, of course, every day it's said that some great players leave the tournament, but, tomorrow's going to be fire. We have some great players still in the event. And, let's see if anyone can give Hikaru a tough match.
That's right. He's waiting for everybody in the winner's bracket. A reminder that myself and Bach will still be on the call tomorrow. You can look forward to the show, which commences at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. That'll be all the matches, honestly. We're going to wrap up this Bullet Chess Championship tomorrow, so don't miss it. We'll see everyone back then, but as for today, that is all we have left. Bullet Chess Championship returns tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll see you guys then.